Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning and welcome to the Planning Committee meeting for April 14th, 2026. All electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during the committee meeting. Please do that now. As we have quorum present, I'd like to call this meeting of the Planning Committee to order at 9:31. In chambers today, we have Councillor Francis, Councillor Beatty, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Cooper, Councillor M. Wilson, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Wang, and Councillor Kassar. And on the screen, we have Councillor Nan. We have an introduction from Patrick McDonald. Patrick, welcome to Chambers. Just on time. And you can commence with your introduction.
Good morning, members of council. Patrick McDonald, Legal Services. I'm just here to introduce a new planning lawyer that started with the city this week, Courtney Boyd, if you want to stand up and say hi. Yeah. Courtney joins us from private practice, so she'll be handling a number of OLT appeals in the near future, so you'll probably be seeing her name and face frequently in the future. So thanks for the time to introduce.
You're welcome. Welcome, Courtney. We're on to the approval of the agenda. Clerk Kelsey, are there any addendum items to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Taddison. The additions have been noted on the published agenda with the exception of the delegation for item 8.4. John Urbanek has been withdrawn.
Thank you very much. Does the committee have any amendments to the agenda? Looking around, seeing none, may I have a mover and seconder that the agenda be approved as amended? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Francis, please indicate your hand vote now. That's unanimous. Declarations of interest. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest? Not seeing any. We'll move to the adoption of the minutes of the previous meeting, 5.1, March 24th, 2026. May I have a mover and seconder to adopt the minutes of March 24th, 2026 meeting? Councillor Pauls and Councillor Cooper, please indicate your hand vote now. Thank you. That's unanimous. We have no delegations. We have no items for information. We're on to the public hearings. The public has been advised of how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. If a specified person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council, City of Hamilton, to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the specified person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the specified person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a specified person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the specified person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. We're on to 8.1. PED 26024, application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1042 and 1050 West 5th Street, Hamilton, Ward 8. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? I'm seeing a no from the councillor in Ward 8. Okay, so may I have a mover and seconder to waive the staff presentation? Councillor Cooper, Councillor Pauls, thank you. Please indicate your hand vote now. That's unanimous. It's carried. I have James Thomas from AJ Clark and Associates is in attendance today. James, come on down. Thank you.
Good morning, staff and committee members. My name is James Thomas, a planner with AJ Clark and Associates. I first just want to quickly thank staff throughout their work and help with this process, in particular to Abdullah Pasha, Jennifer Caterino, and Zivko Panofsky. Rather than run through all the policies that have been justified in our report and the staff's report, I would like to focus on the physical elements of the development itself. This is the original concept design, including 19 units across 4 separate buildings that was submitted for formal consultation. It includes 6 visitor parking spaces, which met the parking provisions of the former City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593. It must be noted that these properties were stipulated to be included in the city-initiated rezoning that was approved by council through bylaw 25-189. That rezoning would have seen the lands rezoned to the R4 mid-rise zone, permitting apartments with a height of 22 meters and potentially 6 stories as of right. As we are in the process of finalizing a submission with the draft zoning bylaw amendment to 6593 that very week, we requested be removed from the rezoning to ensure our application could be received as quickly as possible, whereas bylaw 25-189 is still currently under appeal. Our design submitted as part of the complete application took the new 05200 parking provisions into consideration, and we removed the previously proposed visitor parking area. Now, not only was this parking area location seen as inappropriate by urban design staff at formal consultation, but the city parking requirements have been greatly reduced. Now, were the land subject to zoning bylaw 05200, they would be within a parking rate area 2, which requires 0.5 resident spaces and 0.15 visitor spaces per dwelling unit in this form of development. So the original 19 units would only require 2 visitor parking spaces. We saw a greater benefit in providing an additional 2 dwelling units. At 21 units, the site would still only require 3 spaces, and this is why the request to permit tandem parking is included. Now, allowing tandem parking legitimizes the use of driveways to provide an additional parking space per unit, leading to 2 spaces per unit, providing residents the opportunity and space for visitors. It should be noted that the maximum parking permitted in a PRA2 is 1.25 spaces per dwelling. And what has been proposed would exceed this, but it legitimizes driveway areas that would still be required, but as legitimate parking spaces. The parking provisions zoning bylaw 05200 also do not require a separated loading area for this form and level of development, thus the request in the amendment. Now, following submission, we did receive comments from Natural Heritage Planning regarding the proposed tree removals and compensation. It was suggested by planning staff that an increased southern side yard of 6 meters should be implemented to ensure retention of trees, including those in the adjacent parklands. Now, this proposed setback would ultimately result in the loss of the southernmost units, about 15% of the unit yield. As the loss would now result in only 8 block townhouse units, the former 2 structures in the rear were combined. This significantly increases the side yard adjacent to the southern lot line to 10.5 meters and 8.8 meters for the stacked. What we have now is an 18-unit multiple dwelling townhouse development contributing to the missing middle of housing. The units are spread across 3 buildings, including 2 stacked structures with a maximum height of 14 meters and 1 8-unit row townhouse structure with a maximum height of 8.5 meters. The units are currently designed to contain 3-bedroom units. The same single access is proposed along with 36 parking spaces at 2 per dwelling. Implementing the setback did result in a unit loss, but significantly increased landscape open space from 26% to 35% and conserved 32% or 21 of the existing trees on immediately adjacent or subject lands, including an area of existing street trees. Of the trees requiring removal, 21 are in poor, very poor, or dead conditions, with many of these planted as hobby fruit trees. 24 compensation plantings are proposed, which would provide 45 trees on site in the right-of-way and adjacent lands. In addition to trees, 34 coniferous and deciduous shrubs are also being proposed. The retained and proposed plantings will provide greenery through all seasons. And to give greater context to the project, I've included this image showing the concentric circles of 500 and 800 meters from the subject lands. Here you can see within the distance of walking distance are numerous amenities. Here we see the immediate surrounding context. To the south, the citywide William Connell Park. To the west, a single detached subdivision. To the north, 39-unit, 2-story condominium townhouse development. A 9-story, 216-unit apartment, which is almost 100% complete. And to the east of that, as a 4-story assisted living facility and neighboring street townhouse subdivision currently in planning process. The proposed forms and heights are exemplary in providing transitions of scale and height to the immediate surroundings. In addition to the numerous amenities within walking distance, the subject lands are also currently well serviced with 4 existing transit lines, including the A-Line Rapid Transit. The city's also approved transit plans to increase servicing in the area, including a core line running adjacent to the subject lands, the 28 West 5th. This would provide frequent transit of 15-minute headways at peak times, and additionally, the A line would be increasing services, and a rapid 30S line along Rybel would also be introduced. The existing and proposed transit services help reduce demands for private vehicle use and promotes a more transit-oriented development within the community. So in summary, the proposal is an infill development promoting efficient intensification within the built boundary to provide 18 missing middle dwelling units with no extension or expansion of services required. As per the submitted traffic impact study, which reviewed the initial 21-unit proposal, no negative impacts to the transportation infrastructure are anticipated, and the proposed parking is in keeping with the city-directed initiatives. The area is well serviced by transit and public amenities, including the adjacent citywide park. The development has worked with city planning staff to increase existing tree detention at the loss of 15% of the units proposed. And finally, the development has regard for the Planning Act, is consistent with the provincial planning statement, is in conformity with the UHOP, and maintains the intent of the City of Hamilton zoning bylaws. I'm happy to respond to any questions or concerns that committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Are there any questions from committee? Maybe a first. I'm not seeing any questions from committee. So, may I have a, James, are you in support of the staff report?
Yes, we are in full support of the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. So may I have a mover and seconder to receive delegation? Councillor Cooper and Councillor Pauls. Thank you. Please indicate your hand vote no now. Okay, thank you. That's carried. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting on this issue? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Finally, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Not seeing any. May I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by committee and that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Cooper, Councillor Wang, please indicate your e-scribe vote now. The vote is up. That carries 12-0. We're on to 8.2. Oops. Sorry. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations? Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. And the mover is going to be Councillor Cooper, and we're going to go with Councillor Wang again. And the vote's up. And that's carried 12-0. Now we're on to 8.2, applications for a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 36 Taylor Crescent, Flamborough. This is in Ward 13. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? Not seeing a wish for us to see the staff presentation, so we will need a mover and seconder to waive the staff presentation. Councillor Wilson, Councillor McMeekin, thank you. Please indicate your hand vote now. Okay, that looks pretty much unanimous. Craig Rowe from GSP Group is in attendance today. All right, Craig, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, committee members, staff, and residents. GSP Group is the planning agent representing the applicant Luray Homes Group Limited, which is a local developer that works in Hamilton and Halton area. GSP is also a local firm, and our address is 162 Locke Street here in Hamilton. My name is Craig Rowe, and I'm a senior planner with GSP Group. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today and introduce the zoning bylaw amendment, which is the subject of today's public meeting. I would like to note that draft plans are no longer subject to a public meeting, but because that application was filed concurrently with the zoning and they rely on each other, it's an appropriate opportunity to discuss both applications that are before you. It's always difficult to appear before a committee or council when the recommendation on your file is for a denial. Our client continues to work towards addressing city and agency comments provided on the applications, as they have been since mid-February, and we welcome the opportunity to provide some greater detail on the intent, purpose, and effect of our applications to the committee today. Following the presentation, I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have about the applications that are before you. So the subject property is within the Greensville Rural Settlement Area. It's south of Highway 5, and it's on the west side of Brock Road. The property is known as municipally as 36 Taylor Crescent, and it's located wholly within the Greensville Rural Settlement Area. The lands are not designated or zoned for agriculture. They're wholly within the settlement area boundary, but they were formerly used for agricultural purposes. The lands have been surveyed by J.D. Barnes and measure approximately 7.53 hectares or 18.6 acres in total lot area. The property currently contains a single detached dwelling in the northeast corner, which you can see with the little red square there. And adjacent uses include a mix of low-density residential and estate residential development, as well as a converted former school property, which is now a private school campus, as well as vacant lands to the west. Luray Homes is proposing to create a 12-lot rural residential subdivision on the property. Each lot is intended to be developed with a single detached dwelling. It has been sized to accommodate the dwelling, driveways, landscaping, necessary drainage areas, and their sustainable private services. A new 20-meter wide public roadway will be connected to Taylor Crescent and will provide access to the new lots that are proposed, as well as a new 3-meter pedestrian block connection that will connect the new development over to the Spencer Creek Estates Park to the south. In terms of the planning framework, the subject lands are within a rural settlement area, also known as a hamlet. Within the rural Hamilton official plan, the property is designated as settlement residential, and this land use designation permits single detached dwellings only, which is what is proposed. The lands are also located within Major Development Area A, which is one of 3 strategic growth areas that are identified for comprehensive development in Greensville. These areas are meant to proceed through draft plan approvals rather than piecemeal through consent applications to be developed comprehensively. In terms of the zoning, currently the subject lands are within the Flamborough zoning bylaw, settlement residential R2. The -14 site specific, it has a higher minimum lot size requirement of 0.8 hectares, and also the holding provision requires that any development is subject to a hydrogeological assessment. So there are 2 required planning applications that were identified. The first is a draft plan of subdivision. This is necessary to create the lots, as well as the public roadway and the pedestrian trail block. Draft plan of subdivision is also a great tool to utilize conditions of approval to allow for additional more detailed work studies and designs to take place at a later date before final approval and registration of the plan. In terms of our zoning bylaw amendment, we originally were proposing a minor amendment to the R2 zone, but at the direction of city staff, we were asked if we could move the subject property into the new zoning bylaw, 05200, and as part of that, the minimum lot size is 0.4 hectares. So we do not need a site-specific provision for minimum lot size. However, we are asking for 2 more site-specific provisions. 1, to establish the as-of-right building height in the Flamborough zoning bylaw, which is currently 11 meters. In the S1 zone, it's 10, and also for minimum lot frontage. And Mr. Chair, if you just indulge me a couple more moments here, I'll be quick to finish up. So this is a draft plan of subdivision. As you can see, the 12 lots around Street A, and Block 13 is the pedestrian connection, which is shown in green. And then with regards to our zoning bylaw amendment, this is the location of the site-specific reductions in lot width, also known as lot frontage. As you can see, each of these lots is on the curve of either the cul-de-sac or the roadway. It's a pinch point, and where it's measured, we come in under, but the lots are still adequately sized and have enough frontage to get a driveway in and still develop the sites as planned. There are a variety of studies and reports that were required through formal consultation, which have all been provided when the application was deemed complete. We would note that, and you had seen this in the staff report, that the odor impact study requires a peer review. This has not yet been circulated, so we do not have comments back on that at this time. I suppose in closing, as I am short on time, I would just like to add that we received the comments on this application in mid-February. They were rather significant, and there were also direction in there that we consider alternative design. We've been working closely with our engineers and other consultants to respond to staff comments and to put forward some amended designs, including things that require stormwater management, a reconfiguration of the plan. We asked city staff via email on March 5th if we could have this meeting today deferred to allow us a little bit more time to report back to them, answer their questions, and flush out what the key issues are with this application. And unfortunately, that request was denied by staff. So we're before you today with a recommendation for denial. Unfortunately, but I'm certainly here and hoping that I can clarify any questions you might have about the intent and effect of the applications to give you the clarity that you might need to make a decision on it today. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? We have A. Wilson. Councillor A. Wilson, you're up.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I think the biggest concern I've heard from neighbors in the area has been with respect to water capacity. So I think the staffing report talks about water more generally, but I'll be very, really narrow. I think for neighbors, they're saying, hey, I already struggle to do laundry. I've had to redig my well when past developments have come in. Can you speak to the impacts on neighbors with respect to groundwater supply and access to groundwater, including kind of some of the design choices you're making? I know you flagged, hey, staff suggested alternative designs. You're not changing those alternative designs. It seems you're kind of staying there. So can you speak on the impact to groundwater availability based on that choice?
Yes, and through Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. I'm not an engineer, but I can speak generally to the water question. For the Greensville settlement area, all water needs to be provided via a private system. So that's either a groundwater well or the rural official plan also allows for the provision of cisterns. So as part of the work that we've done, we did well testing at different intervals, and the preliminary analysis that came back says that it appears that we do have yield to support the development with groundwater, but supplementation via cistern may be required. Things like topping up your cistern overnight when there's not a big draw and everything like that. But it's typical that more detailed study of the well and putting together the loading for all the development would be undertaken as more of a draft plan condition. In terms of the comments, we've heard the same thing, that there is a concern about groundwater quality. And that the neighbors, that when they spoke to us at the open house, indicated that they felt that there wasn't any water to wash the car, do the laundry, things like that, and some other concerns with other development going on in Greensville, as well as the expansion of the quarry, which is also being considered where they're anticipating impacts. So in terms of the policy framework itself, not being able to have a well to support this development isn't the end of this. The rural official plan does allow in scenarios where you don't have a good groundwater supply, if it's not a good quality or there's not enough quantity, that cisterns can be used as a primary system. So depending on our further analysis, hopefully as a draft plan condition, we'll be able to go through and confirm what we can provide on site, and if there's any negative impact, which is really the test under provincial policy in the rural official plan, if there's any negative impact to that effect, we'll have to pivot and likely go with the cistern-based system for the water. I believe, sorry, Councillor, I believe you had a second part to that question.
No, I think that answers the first part. I think my other question is just on the wastewater side of things. The staff report says that the hydrological assessment that you conducted shows that, on some of your lots, the nitrate levels are going to exceed Ontario drinking water standards. Can you just comment on that?
Oh, okay, sorry. Through Mr. Chair. Yes, so with this development, we're proposing the use of tertiary treatment systems, also known as Class 4 Advanced. So those are the ones that, they're still a Class 4 system with the typical leaching bed. They just have a system in the train that allows it to chemically or UV light. There's different systems out there to help get the nitrate level down, usually by about 15%. If we use a typical Class 4 system without that newer technology, the ultimate yield on the property is 10 new lots. We're going with the tertiary to help better round out the development, get an even lotting pattern, and efficiently use that land. So by using the tertiary treatment systems, it allows us to be in compliance with what those standards are, coming under the, I believe the highest concentration is 10 milligrams per thousand, something scientific. Again, a planner, not an engineer, but by using that system, we're able to come into compliance with what the upper threshold is.
Thank you. Just a final follow-up there. Does the Class 3 system, in order to get those levels, require operator maintenance or anything on the operator? Like, is it the same as a septic system that's conventionally in a rural area where you, largely speaking, are walking away from it? Or in order to actually achieve those ongoing levels, is there operational work that needs to happen because it's a bit more of a complicated system? Are the inputs and the management a little bit more complicated as well?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the system, yes, they do require maintenance. So when Class 4 tertiary treatment systems installed, typically the operator has a maintenance program that you sign up for. The municipality that's permitting the septic system would be aware that that system is in place. And we also have the benefit of a draft plan subdivision, which means we can register a subdivision agreement on title that requires the use of these systems in maintenance in perpetuity. We can appreciate that there are some concerns about enforcement of that, but I would suggest to the committee that this is the same issue that you would have with the standard Class 4 without that extra added bit. Once maintenance, and this is based on our discussions with our consultants and with Waterloo Biofilter, who is kind of the typical group that provides these tertiary systems, they do have a maintenance program, and they typically advise the municipality once someone has opted out of that maintenance period. But with the Class 4, unfortunately, you typically don't find out until it's too late. You start seeing changes in the ground before those issues happen. So it does come with a bit of added maintenance, but it is a newer technology and a proven technology, and we believe that there's the right legal mechanisms to ensure that they're implemented in the way that they're intended to function.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Thank you for those fulsome answers. Should we deny today your application, what is your next step? Because there are 9 outstanding items that gives us, as a committee, rationale for why we would deny. So perhaps you can just give us a sense as to what your next steps look like. Through you, Chair.
Through Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the question. The 9 items you're referring to, are we just in terms of the staff report, is just so I can kind of ground my
Correct.
answers?
It-
Right.
Page 12 of 16.
Okay, page 12 of 16. Just give me one moment here, make sure that we're literally on the same page. Okay. Obviously, we would prefer to have a positive recommendation, work collaboratively with staff to come to a solution where this development gets approved. Or if we're unable to get that support, at least to identify what the key issues are. This was a very expensive application to file, as well as the large list of studies that have been done. So it's been money is not a typical planning consideration, but we do need to consider the amount of time and effort that's gone into the application. So there may be an opportunity for our client may advance this to the tribunal if they so choose. And that would be for adjudication. We're still on track with the Planning Act timelines. I believe council would consider whatever recommendation today within that timeline. In terms of the rationale provided by staff, I guess I'll summarize. I respectfully disagree with many of these points that have been made, that this application is not premature. In terms of Section 2 of the Planning Act, I provided a fulsome planning justification report with our submission here. And really, we're dealing with a residential proposal on residentially designated and zoned lands in an area that's identified as as a key development area within Greensville. So I would suggest that this is not premature. This is the type of application that the city is working to procure. It's my opinion that the applications are consistent with the provincial planning statement. The key issues at hand are related to perceived issues with groundwater and septic systems. And really in the PPS, they're grounded in the test of no negative impacts. In the studies that our professionals have prepared are indicating that there are no negative impacts and that further designs will be refined through the draft plan process, which is typical. I don't believe there is a conformity issue with the Greenbelt plan. The policies are limited to concerns about water quality, but like I've touched on, if there is a negative issue where the groundwater can't be used for potable purposes, the cisterns can be used and that risk is alleviated. We comply with the Rural Hamilton official plan and the Rural Settlement Area Secondary Plan for Greensville in terms of the minimum lot size, which is prescribed in policy as 1 acre. We're up and above that. And as demonstrated in our planning report, we believe that we satisfy and we conform with all of those policies. Based on our hydrogeological study and our water well study, it's my opinion, based on reading the information from those professionals, that our lots are of a sufficient size. They're suggesting that they have the right system to make for an appropriate, efficient use of land in a good development there. We're not doubling or tripling the development yield. We're simply rounding out and adding a couple lots. There's a note that we don't comply with the Mid-Spencer Creek Settlement Subwatershed Study. That study provided recommendations, but it doesn't limit the ability to study and put forward planning applications with technologies that can achieve the no negative impacts or satisfy those requirements. We're also, from a stormwater management perspective, we're proposing infiltration as our method of stormwater management rather than just ejecting to a water course to recharge that groundwater, which is a key issue for the neighbors in the area. The next item, item V, about not satisfying the City of Hamilton guidelines for hydrological studies. I acknowledge that there is a position in the guidelines that the use of tertiary systems won't be supported, but that is indeed a guideline. It is not a policy. It is not legislation. These systems are approved, and we feel that the justification that we provided indicates in this circumstance that it is appropriate to consider that system. VI is that there archaeological potential. We just got our additional clearance letter came in mid-March. Stage 1 to 3 are cleared and approved by the province, so that's a non-issue. Item VII, the trees have not been sufficiently protected. We spoke a lot about this with the neighbors. They were concerned that trees would be removed along the boundary. Our tree protection plan indicates these trees will all be protected for the long term. There are a couple trees that are in the middle of the site. Unfortunately, they're just in the wrong spot and they'll be removed but offset through planting. And the recommendations and the comments that we received from City Natural Heritage staff were, think about the different types of species and how you lay things out. I wouldn't consider that to be a conformity or a consistency issue. That's a detailed design element. The demonstrated matters of odor and noise impact. As I've noted, our odor study was a requirement that we commissioned, and it has not been circulated for review. So you don't have the benefit of knowing if that can be supported or not. We do have some comments back on our noise study as well, but we believe we can address those with our consultant. And this is considered in item IX that this is an overdevelopment of the subject lands. I would say that this is not. It's a fairly uniform development. The lots are larger than the ones that you find in adjacent subdivisions. The density is much lower, and it's compatible and it works well. And I know we've received some public correspondence which appear to be a little bit more generally scoped to concerns about development in Greensville as a whole. But based on our experiences at the open house, it seems like we had a fair amount of support for the development from the immediate neighbors. They just wanted us to make sure that we carefully consider groundwater impacts, natural heritage, and things of that matter. And I believe I should have covered off. Yes, I believe that's all of them, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I'm not seeing anyone else who wants to ask questions. So Craig, finally, and I think I know the answer, are you in support of the staff report?
Respectfully, no, we're not in support of the recommendation before you today.
Okay, thank you for that. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from the agent, Councillor A. Wilson and Councillor Wang. Please indicate your hand vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? come on down. Yep, you can take the podium. Clerk will assist you. As you begin, just state your name, and then you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good morning. My name is Renata Tejada Paredes, and I am a resident of Greensville. My concern here with this proposed development, as in Greensville, we currently have large issues, as already noted, with water quality, water access. Apart from that, road safety. We have limited services by our police department, and our fire department is volunteer-based. So currently within Harvest, if you have a medical emergency, it is limited access. So how are we going to accommodate 12 new residents with more than one occupant per household, pardon me. Apart from that, the road safety issues continue to increase. There's nothing mentioned in the proposal on how that will be addressed. Will there be speed deterrent mapping placed? Has there been any road safety study or volume usage within our area? There are other proposed developments in our area, and there are equal concerns for them. And while I know that the developer suggests that you can easily move to a cistern, unless it's going to be guaranteed, mandated within your development that there is a cistern per household, us as residents, we don't have any guarantees. Apart from that, you're saying that you're going to be inputting some type of system where the onus is on the house owner to ensure that nitrate levels don't increase. Humans are prone to error. They may not actually look after it. So us as residents currently living there who look after our own water supply system, you are now shifting the onus again back onto us. And as we are in a water protected zone, we need more guarantees, more reassurances that these things will actually be looked after. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So what I got from you is you had concerns with road safety, emergency first responders,
Yes.
and tertiary septic systems.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the gallery? Not seeing anybody indicating. Thank you.
May I add, sorry, apologies. May I add
Sure.
just one more thing?
Sure.
Our access to our elementary schools as well.
And that's Greensville?
That is Greensville and surrounding areas.
Okay, listen, thank you, Renata. I appreciate your delegation here today.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? As you make your way to the podium, just a reminder, it's 5 minutes, and please identify yourself. Thank you.
Good day, Council. My name is Kyle Dutney. I really have one question. With all the development that's happening in the area, is it going to be feasible for a Canadian citizen to afford the housing that's being built? This is a real thing. For I'm staying at the Mission Shelter myself. I have suffered homelessness for the last 2 years. And so far I can say, without the shadow of a doubt, that there isn't anything too affordable. So with all the development and the grand plans that are happening, is it going to be affordable? That's my only question. That is my only concern today.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm not seeing any questions. I appreciate your delegation. Just sign with the clerks. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So at this time, I'm going to have one final call out, or maybe I'll have to call another one. Is there anyone here, any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? May I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by committee and that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Wilson and Councillor Wang. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. Councillor McMeekin, thumbs up. And that vote carries 12-0. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations? Councillor Wilson, Councillor McMeekin. So when we indicate our e-scribe vote now, a vote, oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Through you, I'll just finish. Yeah, the vote is to deny is the recommendation from staff. I do just want to, because at the last Committee of Adjustment meeting, there was a Greensville planning application. At our next planning committee meeting, there'll be an adjacent application, and water keeps coming up at all of these. And so just given that this is a consistent theme, I'm wondering if staff from Source Water Protection could just explain two things in their reasoning. One, why is this site not compliant? What is the concern with respect to this area? And the second piece is, why does the city of Hamilton not currently tolerate or allow for tertiary septic systems in rural areas? What's the thinking behind that? Because I think those will come up in future similar applications, and so it would be helpful. Thank you.
So are you looking for a response from?
Yeah. Apologies with the new mics. We waived the staff presentation at the beginning, but I think these are the two elements that the public's very interested in, is how is source water protection happening, and specifically this conversation about what's the city's stance on septic systems. So if we could answer those, that would be helpful.
Okay. Staff?
So through the chair, I'm not obviously, I'm Daniel Barnett, the planner on the file. I'm not the source water protection. They're unfortunately not here. But in terms of the tertiary system, I can answer that because so we covered that in our staff report, was that one of the problems with the tertiary system is that we cannot enforce the maintenance of it. If someone decides that they're going to let their system, go in terms of not doing maintenance on it, we have no kind of mechanism to enforce that they can that they maintain that system. They were talking earlier about how you can set up this program and then they can inform you, the city, that that program, that they'll inform the city that, oh, they've stopped the maintenance, but we have no mechanism to then do anything about to say that, well, no, you have to maintain it. Similarly, if someone came along and said, I don't want to keep that system, I want to rip it out and just put a regular system in, again, same thing, we don't have a mechanism to stop them from doing that, basically, and say, no, you must maintain a system, this advanced treatment system. So that's the concern there in terms of why the guideline exists that basically says we don't support tertiary systems for the purpose, and I should clarify, for the purpose of accepting smaller lot sizes. Someone wants to put a regular lot, existing lot wants to put a tertiary system in, they're fully free to do so. It's for the purpose of justifying reducing the lot sizes. In this case, basically, the Mid-Spencer Creek sub-watershed study speaks to this area needing about 0.7 hectares per lot. And they're obviously, the lots they want to create are below that. And that was one of the concerns that staff had when we did try to work with the applicant beforehand and see if they were willing to reduce the number of lots so that they wouldn't need to rely on advanced treatment systems. And that we weren't able to kind of get a resolution on that, and that's why we brought forward the report in the timeline we did, so we would meet the statutory timelines. Sorry, what was the other half of the question?
The other piece, and you did speak to this, but was about source water protection generally. So you mentioned the lot size being the major concern. If there's anything else just from the source water side that this application led staff to being concerned, would happy to hear that, but I think you did give a pretty general answer.
So in terms of source water, they did review it. They did provide comments with kind of areas of concern. They did also include a peer review of the hydrogeological study. So it wasn't just our source water protection staff. They also went to a third-party peer review to kind of get that reviewed. And they had a lot of concerns, including with respect to the fact that they were relying on the tertiary systems, but also in terms of just the kind of the drawdowns of their well testing, basically, and then concerns that there would be additional drawdowns from other sources like the expansion of the quarry and things like that that might cause further impacts down the road that were not being kind of, in their opinion, considered.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a comment from me. I think given those cumulative impacts of planning, there's a real desire from the community to the province really to think about how does, when you have a giant quarry expansion, you have 2 residential lots potentially doing this, you have an industrial lot across the road, and you're in a water scarce area, does the plan from 1992 still make sense? How do we think about where do we develop and how do we develop and what should those thresholds be? And I think the community is really, I think, concerned that across these developments, they're looking for the cumulative safety of the community to be looked at. And the Planning Act is very much what's in front of us right now. What's the application in front of us? And so appreciating that that's the challenge we all find ourselves in evaluating these as one-offs, not as the cumulative piece, but there's a real ask from the community to do that cumulative piece. So just wanted to walk through what the process does and doesn't cover. I think the big tension that I've heard from neighbors is that when we're talking about no negative impacts, how does that get quantified under Ontario law, that you can be guaranteed that just because there was a capacity study done or a well test done over there, that you're still going to be able to run your laundry when 30 people are also doing their laundry on a hot day, or things like that, and being able to actually share that no negative impacts. How do you prove that from an availability test, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters away? So those are the concerns I think that I'm hearing from neighbors. I do support the staff recommendation to deny on this one and appreciate the work done. I think it's important that people have trust in, when we have a new development coming in, that there's not going to be a negative impact to people's backyards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Are there any other speakers of committee that want to? Okay, at this point, we've had a mover and a seconder, and we're going to vote with using eScribe, and a vote of yes is to deny the application. Okay, that shows that staff recommendations were carried 12-0. Okay, thank you. Okay, gotcha. Thanks. 8.3, PED 26063, application for the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment for lands located at 392, 398, 400, 406, and 412 Wilson Street East and 15 Lorne Avenue, Ancaster, in Ward 12. This was deferred from the March 24th Planning Committee meeting. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? And yes, we would like to see the staff presentation. So Elena Baldassara, you're on.
So. Okay. Good morning, Chair, Planning Committee, and the general public. My name is Elena Baldassara, and today I'm presenting an application for, one second, where's the door? The lands at 392 to 412 Wilson Street East and 15 Lorne Avenue. The application is for an Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment. So here you can see some aerial image of the subject site. The image on the top left-hand side is an aerial image with the site circled in yellow, and it shows the existing single detached dwellings to the rear of the site, and those would be at Lauren Avenue, Lodar Street, and Academy Street, and then there's existing commercial on Wilson Street East. So on the bottom right-hand side, we have a map that shows the lot fabric, and it includes the existing zonings. So along Wilson Street East is a commercial zoning, and then at the rear is a low-density residential zone. So these are just some images of the subject site. On the right-hand side, it's the subject site looking down, going towards Rousseau Street. And then on the left is an image of the designated heritage building known as the Marr House on the subject site. These are just a couple of images looking in both directions along Wilson Street East, standing at the corner of the subject site. And this is an image of the subject site standing on Lauren Avenue and looking towards the subject site. So you can see in the image the existing designated heritage building on the lands. So this is a view on Academy Street looking towards Wilson Street East, and then there's one more view on Academy Street, which is looking at the subject site, again with the designated heritage building in the image. So there has been a significant amount of activity on the subject site in terms of applications. So here you have a bit of a timeline. There's a couple of dates to actually focus on for context as to how this application is before you today. So in the December of 2021, an application was submitted for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for an 8-story mixed-use building. In November of 2022, the official plan amendment number 167 was approved by the province, which included a modification to permit the 8-story building within a community node in the Urban Hamilton official plan. In September of 2023, the Ontario Land Tribunal approved the zoning bylaw amendment. And then in December of 2023, the planning statute reversed official plan amendment number 167 in terms of provincial changes and reinstated a 2.5-story maximum building height within the community nodes within the official plan. And so before you today is an official plan amendment to increase the maximum height to 8 stories. So the one thing I want to note on this slide, is that the zoning on the subject lands will be maintained as currently applicable and approved. And so that means that the current mixed-use medium density pedestrian focus, C5A 860, holding 154 zone is going to be maintained. So there's no additional holdings or site specifics that are being asked for today. So this is an image of the concept plan that was included in the Urban Hamilton official plan amendment application. On the application, you can see it's an 8-story mixed-use building with commercial on the ground floor and residential above. On the site, there was a relocated designated heritage building that would be required to be done as part of the development. And so the heritage building is currently being shown on 15 Lauren Avenue. There have been discussions about the heritage building, and I just want to correct an item in the Appendix E of the staff report, specifically pages 3 and 8. So it speaks to the location of a possible location for that designated heritage building, and it should say 17 Academy Street. So as part of the mixed-use building, there's 118 residential units proposed, and this includes 26 one-bedrooms, 46 two-bedrooms, and 46 three-bedrooms, 270 parking spaces, including 49 commercial parking spaces, 190 bicycle parking spaces, and 30% of the site will be landscaped. So these are just some elevations of the concept plan. The image on the top is what you would see from Wilson Street East. And then again, this is the balance of the two elevations, and the image on the top is what you would see from the residential area at the rear. So as per the Planning Act, we circulated the application to the public for comment. Development staff received over 150 pieces of correspondence from the public, as well as additional comments included in today's agenda. The applicants also hosted a neighborhood meeting on February 9th, 2026, where neighbors came and provided additional concerns. So the concerns that were identified from the public include infrastructure-related concerns, traffic and parking concerns, compatibility with the surrounding community, pedestrian safety, construction impact concerns, negative impacts on property values, notification processes of the application in the surrounding neighborhood, concerns with the existing designated heritage building on site being negatively impacted, the amount of landscaping proposed on site, as well as privacy and overlook concern, loss of trees, and what the involvement of the Ontario Land Tribunal in this process. So the development planning section provides the following response. The proposal is located within a community node where the city encourages intensification and making efficient use of public services. These policies speak to, there's additional policies that speak to transportation, servicing requirements, cultural heritage policies, and urban design when considering intensification within these nodes. There's an approved heritage permit which addresses the relocation of the heritage building. As per the existing permit, there's conditions that require that if the building is relocated, additional reviews are required to confirm that this can be completed appropriately. A transportation impact study was submitted to the city and concluded that the road network can accommodate the projected traffic. A holding provision in the current zoning requires the applicant to demonstrate that sanitary flows and water capacity is appropriate prior to the holding being lifted. Urban design and cultural heritage policies speak to the character of the area and will be used to guide development as part of the future site plan application through detailed design. All planning applications are required to be reviewed on their own merits and to confirm that the proposal meets applicable policies. Previous decisions are not used as justification within recommendation reports. Landscaping on the site is appropriate given the zoning. The opportunity was provided for the public to include any comments, and this was done by way of mail out, updates to the city website, neighborhood meetings, and a posting in the newspaper. Staff don't have any empirical evidence to show negative impacts on property values. So in summary, development planning is satisfied that the proposal has merit and can be supported because it's consistent with the provincial policy statement, complies with the general intent and purpose of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and the Ancaster-Wilson Street Secondary Plan, and is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in terms of conserving cultural heritage resources, providing efficient use of existing infrastructure, and having no negative impact on the surrounding community, with opportunities to further refine the design at the detailed design stage or site plan control stage. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Elena. And we have Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair, and through you. Thank you very much, Elena. A couple questions now. I'll probably have more for the report. No, I definitely will have more for the report. But first of all, I wanted to go back to the timeline, Chair, and as this has a long history here with intervention by the province, Just wanted to make sure it was clear for everyone, the committee and the public, just to get confirmation that this application came before Planning Committee, previous term of council, it was denied, it was appealed, and during that appeal, the province had changed our official plan enabling specifically this development application, and then the OLT case was settled to then approve the zoning that complemented that official plan amendment, because generally, Planning Committee receives official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments at the same time. In this case, they're kind of separated. So I just wanted to confirm that is the case and that the zoning for this development is already in place based on those provincial interventions that have happened over the last few years. Through your chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct. The application was previously submitted and a decision was made, and the zoning is currently applicable law.
Okay, and that wasn't a city decision, that was through the OLT process and what the province had, how they'd intervened. So secondly, through you, Chair, can I just get a summary on over the past year that this current version of the application has been active, just what has been modified? I know the city has been working with the proponent to, I would say, improve from the community's perspective the application. If I could just get a summary of what has occurred. Thank you.
Through the chair. So in terms of changes, I can't speak to the specifics of the previous development, but there were at a high level increases in the amount of parking spaces, decreases in the number of units, decreases in the gross floor area, and updates to the massing along Wilson Street East.
Yeah. Okay, so addressing some of the concerns, understanding not everything, but there was some negotiation and concession, so I appreciate that. Okay, those are all the questions I have for now. I'll have some more later for the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair. And I know on the presentation there was a slide about how many parking spaces there were. I just wanted confirmation, how many parking spaces are in this application, and is that the same as what the city's parking minimums are?
Through the chair, the number of parking spaces is 270 parking spaces, with some being accommodated for commercial. In terms of the number of parking spaces to the zoning is currently based on the previous Ontario Land Tribunal decision, which indicates a minimum amount of parking. And so that would be what the applicants would have to adhere to.
Understood. Thank you. I wanted that clarity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Are there any more questions for Elena? I'm not seeing any, so Elena, thank you. You may sit down. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Cassar, Councillor Wang, please indicate your hand vote now. That clears unanimously. Thank you. And we have Matt Johnson from Urban Solutions and Development. He's in attendance today.
Are you able to hear me? Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. You got the two Matts back before you again. My name's Matthew Helfand, and I'm the lawyer for the applicant. Our firm represented the applicant in both of the OLT appeals that happened in the course of this process, and we're pleased to be back in front of you on this statutory public meeting, and we're pleased to have the staff recommendation, which we think creates a path to avoid yet another Ontario Land Tribunal appeal. And so Mr. Johnson and I are here to answer any questions that you have, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Johnson for his presentation.
Good morning, members of committee, staff, and the public. Matt Johnston, registered professional planner with Urban Solutions. It's my privilege to be here on behalf of Wilson Street, Inc., which is a partnership between Urban Core Developments and Spalachi Homes, and we're joined by Mr. Sergio Manchia in attendance today. I'd like to take a moment to thank staff, particularly Elena, Jennifer Caterino, Patricia Collingwood. I don't have on the list, but Jill Juki for her support through the application as well. And I want to acknowledge the hard work of Scott Beatty of our team who helped carry the application through the process. As we know, the subject property is located right in the core of downtown Ancaster, just shy of 2 acres in size. Predominantly vacant with the exception of the Mar House, and past uses on the site include a former gas bar at the immediate corner of Academy and Wilson. As I mentioned, we're right in the core. We've got what you would see a range of service commercial style uses in the village core, surrounded by the residential uses to the east. So again, what's proposed? An 8-story mixed-use building, 118 dwelling units, 1,400 square meters of ground floor commercial, just over 2,000 square meters of landscape area, 263 parking spaces, as well as 190 bicycle parking spaces. And this again comes with the preservation of the Mar House. One of the questions was how have things evolved from the time this particular OPA was submitted, and what we've been doing working with staff over the last number of months is making modest improvements to the proposal. Most notably, what we've done is increase the landscape open space on site by just over 600 square meters. We've decreased this GFA of the building. We've also reduced surface parking to allow for an increased landscape strip across the rear yard. And we've also introduced a series of enclaves and bump outs with increased articulation and step backs to incorporate with the heritage attributes of the core. Some more quick facts on the development. 95% of the units are family-sized units. 14 new trees are to be planted, 3 public, 11 private. I touched on the reduced surface parking. We've got the mixed-use elements of the project, bicycle parking included, and 2 very important elements, site remediation associated with the former gas bar, and very important infrastructure improvements to the village core through an external works agreement. We also worked with staff on massing, and one of the key elements of this review was a visual impact assessment. This required consultation with the Niagara Escarpment Commission and staff to establish 4 critical view sheds, 3 of them shown on the screen here, the 4th from across the Dundas Valley. Here's our results of the first view from across the Dundas Valley, just barely viewable across the horizon. Here we have looking west along the Wilson Street core. You get a sense of the building step backs to the upper stories. Here we have looking the opposite direction down Wilson Street in terms of how the building fits in with the core. And finally, we did have a view shed selected down Rousseau Street, and this just really confirms that the building doesn't protrude above the tree line with the articulation in red here. That wasn't the only study. We had a plethora of supporting materials through the process. I won't go through them all now. How do we evaluate proposals like this? We start at looking at the Urban Hamilton official plan, where we're designated in a community node. The Ancaster Village Core is one of 8 community nodes across the municipality. These community nodes are very important in the city's growth structure to accommodate the most activity for intensification and infill. At the next level of detail, we have the land use designations, 1 step lower than the urban structure. And here we have ourselves in the mixed use medium density designation. Generally across the city, this designation accommodates 12-story buildings. However, at the secondary plan level of detail, we've got the further restrictions of the old Ancaster secondary plan, which really predates the current policy regime, dating back to the old town of Ancaster days. As we noted, we have zoning in place to accommodate the 8-story building. We have site-specific regulations that really, as we coined the term, shrink wrap the development to ensure that the location of the building is secured as it's been presented. We also have a holding provision in place with two main elements, one being the protection of the Mar House, and the second being the off-site infrastructure improvements necessary to accommodate the proposal, and also that's really in response to an existing deficiency within the system that really prevents the core from thriving the way we all hope it will. From an engagement perspective, we heard about our neighborhood information meeting attended by plus or minus 65 area residents. We had a well-utilized microsite where all of our supporting material was available for review and download. Now, we grouped the public comments that we received into 4 areas. Concerns with scale and compatibility. And we note that, again, we really rely on this community node as part of the city's growth strategy. We heard concerns over traffic. The initial study was conducted back in the COVID times. There's also been important changes to the intersection of Rousseau, Wilson, and Old Dundas Road. And we worked closely with Jill and transportation staff to have that study updated to reflect 2025 traffic counts, as well as the new configuration of the intersection. And that study also specifically draws in the other proposed application at the immediate corner of Wilson and Rousseau to account for that element that was a question of area residents. There were concerns raised over infrastructure. And again, we have existing deficiencies in the village core that are preventing other applications from advancing. This application comes with the external works requirement to have that work done, which will further assist the balance of the core. And then there's questions with regards to the Mar House. We have the existing heritage permit to relocate the structure. It comes with a lot of securities for the structural integrity of the building. And we also have been in discussions, as noted in the report, on a new application that will preserve the Mar House along public frontage, subject to the approval by the city of a new heritage permit. So with that said, we do have an application that represents a compatible form of intensification right in an area targeted for that growth, being a community node. It's consistent with the provincial policy statement. It conforms to and implements the balance of the official plan objectives. It maintains the existing zoning and overall represents good land use planning. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Matt. First question is, are you in support of the staff report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are in support of the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to go to Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Just a quick preamble and a few questions. So had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Johnston over the last couple of weeks. And as he's aware, I've also met with members of the community, including members of Ancaster Village Heritage Community, many meetings and conversations, and was able to help the community understand kind of the timeline and the status of this file. I'll allude back to the question I asked of Elena earlier, just around the fact that zoning is already in place, which essentially takes the decision-making away from planning committee today. So with the support of those community members I spoke to, wanted to focus on specific things that potentially we can have some influence on, knowing that zoning already exists. So the first thing is just around the holding provision, which was mentioned in the presentation. If you've read the letters and had conversations in the community, there's concern that the development, there's not enough servicing, whether it's sewage, water, storm sewers, in order to support the development. And want to make sure that that's not going to overwhelm residents that already live there. So we'd just like to get elaboration on the fact that there is a commitment, there's a holding provision, and that this development cannot and will not proceed without the developer putting in the necessary infrastructure. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, and to the councillor for the good question. So yes, the holding provision requires that external works agreement. The functional servicing report identified an existing deficiency with sanitary flows in the village core. We'll have the site plan application process to secure the external works agreement, where that will be, where that infrastructure will be put forward through a combination of cost sharing, development charges to have those improvements made. It also includes, there's no identified deficiency from a water service perspective, but that will be further evaluated through the site plan process.
Okay, thank you. So just summarizing that, there is a commitment and a holding provision that the developer must satisfy before anything can proceed. So that's good and good confirmation. The next question is probably the largest one. It's just around the heritage aesthetics. There is a lot of pride from the community on the history and the heritage. And the rendering that is shown in the presentation, I understand, if you can just confirm, isn't a final elevation of what things would look like. So one of the requests from the community would be to be able to provide input into what the final look would be for staff and the proponent to consider during site plan, acknowledging that site plan is not a public process, but it is one of those things where there's very strong feelings and opinions, and hopefully cooperation and collaboration to do as much as possible to maintain a heritage aesthetic. So through you, Chair, is that something that the proponent is willing to take input from the community?
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, it's understood there was a concern that the building may appear to be a bit too modern, not enough heritage elements incorporated into the facade. We did have regard for those heritage elements. We're happy to, as we discussed with staff and yourself, it's noted in the staff report, the building elevations get secured through site plan application. We're happy to receive further comments and consider those comments through the site plan application process, and ensure that the building is well designed and implemented through the site plan process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Chair, my key takeaway would be that rendering that we see in the presentation is not the final look, correct?
Correct. And to expand on that, as we've seen, there's been iterations put forward. I do believe that the public's gravitating to the initial rendering that doesn't accommodate or reflect the further articulation that we did in the last few months with staff that I touched on in the staff report. So it certainly has evolved and will continue to evolve through the site plan process.
Okay, thanks for that. Next topic is the Marfilippo House, which was mentioned. That is the only building that's on these series of lots right now. It is a historic building, means a lot to the community. I just want to dig into the comment that was made by Mr. Johnson, Chair, because the community would very much like to see the Mar House stay where it is, incorporated into development. I know that's been discussed, and that is not something the proponent's willing to do. But what the community doesn't want to see is it tucked away in the back on Lorne Avenue. And there has been work, there's a motion supported by Planning Committee here to work with the staff to get it on a public-facing street in the core. And I heard Mr. Johnson say that there is a commitment to keep it on a public-facing street within the core, not tucked away in the back. So just want confirmation of that, please.
Right, through the chair. So there's the existing heritage permit that provides the original proposed location. We're in active discussions with staff and working to compile a new heritage permit application to keep it on a public road. Of course, that'll be subject to staff or I should say the city's approval of a new heritage permit application that is in the works.
Okay, thanks. I'll ask staff about that later. Just the second question on the Marfilippo House is, my understanding is there is an order to comply in terms of some crumbling or deterioration of the current structure where it sits today. I would just like an opportunity give an opportunity for the Mr. Johnson to speak to where the status of that is. I understand that maybe it's been appealed, and the community really wants to understand, is the structure going to be maintained to the point where it can be relocated, ensuring that it does have structural integrity to be able to move rather than crumble where it is, if that's clear.
Certainly. Through the chair, we most recently completed an updated structural review of the Mar House just in the past few weeks, confirming that it remains structurally sound and intact. The conditions of approval for a heritage permit provide the securities to ensure the safe relocation of the home. So that's really buttoned up through conditions of approval for the existing heritage permit and would be transferred to the new heritage permit once it does get approved.
And just to the first part of the question, to confirm that it is the order to comply will be taken care of?
Certainly, that's right. We're actively working with staff on that order to comply appeal. The main basis for the appeal was the inability to do the more sensitive mortar work in the cold months that required the prolonged appeal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. We're going to give you a chance to come back on later. Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Matt Francis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just a question to Matt Johnson here. What is about the policy framework that generates support for this project here specifically?
Thank you. Through the chair, there's the existing zoning certainly plays a role in terms of how we got to where we are. But, ultimately, regardless of the path to get here, the community node focal point of the city's official plan has been really reinforced through the city's firm position on an urban boundary, where a more aggressive approach to intensification is a key part of the growth strategy. So, I'd like to get across that this isn't all about past modifications by the province in the process. It's really about good land use planning and a focus on intensification in our community nodes. And those community nodes across the municipality have a responsibility to play in the city's growth strategy, and Ancaster is no different.
Thank you, and I appreciate that answer. And through you, I'm assuming you understand that the community nodes throughout the rest of the city are not the same as Ancaster. Ancaster does have different permissions, but they're essentially allowed to not build 8 stories, or you don't have to build 8 stories. In Stoney Creek, that's not the case. I'm sure. Are you aware of that?
Through the chair, that's right. The existing Stoney Creek secondary plan, it has a current UHOP approval date, but what it really is a carryover of a much older official plan, the old Town of Ancaster official plan, where the secondary planning process at the time, created the regime that we're in, and that old secondary plan predates the previous iteration of the PPS. It predates the old growth plan. It predates the UHOP, but the UHOP did just really adopt those old policies. And what this application does is bring forward the necessary amendments for Ancaster to play a role in accommodating growth, at an appropriate scale. Other community nodes accommodate increased density. What we have here is one that's reflective of the context. Thank you.
Okay. I'll save my questions for staff after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go back to Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just the fourth and final request from the community was just ensuring that the community is kept up to date with the progress. It's very important to them. They would not want to be left wondering what's happening or relying on unofficial channels to stay current with the future steps such as site plan, building permit, construction timing, or construction management plans. So we're just looking for the proponent to commit to be proactive and transparent with the Ward 12 office and the community, so that whatever the news is and as the things progress, that is, like I said, transparent for everyone to understand. Through you, Chair.
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, we did hear a number of concerns that are really implementation related in terms of construction management, and we look forward to working with you to provide those updates as the application progresses through site plan, building permit, and into construction.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. May I have a mover and seconder?
Just anticipating one last one, there's been some commentary about affordability, and what I would suggest here is that we need to look at affordability sort of across the housing spectrum. The introduction of these units will have the sort of ripple effect across the spectrum, providing relief in all built forms, all forms of tenure. So everything kind of really works where you pull pull one lever on the continuum, it has a positive impact on the other. So the introduction of these units will have that result across the spectrum. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I think I'm going to pass the chair and have a few more questions just now that I was reminded of. Councillor Wilson, will you take the chair? Okay, Matt, what I saw in your presentation was you said 95% of the apartments, condominiums are going to be 2 bedrooms. What's the other 5%?
There will be one-bedroom units, but in this case, yeah, 95% being family-friendly units, 2 bedrooms or more, is sort of a key element to this particular design. These will be very livable units, and that's, like I said, a key component is that family-friendly aspect that you don't get in all condominium applications.
Okay. Let's go to the Mar Filippo house. What's that process look like? You're saying we're going to move it down to another section. Who owns that land? What's that like? To me, I'm very doubting of that.
Thank you. Through the chair, the heritage permit process comes with financial securities. It comes with a number of a number of reports that first deal with the structural integrity to ensure the sequence of the move is done in a way that won't stress the home and that it can be safely relocated. So it's really a process that is applied across Ontario when you're dealing with the relocation of heritage homes. So, you know, qualification of the actual movers, the structural integrity, all of those things are looked at closely through conditions of approval that will be at play, and then that's also financially secured. So that should really give the community the comfort that the Mar House will be preserved, and again, along a public street, subject to the issuance of that new heritage permit application.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And I'll take back the chair. I have no more questions.
Before you do that, I would like to take the prerogative of chair and say that's the best kind of heckling I've ever heard from the gallery, and most welcome. So no worries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Matt, I do see that Councillor Pauls has now come on. And Councillor, you're up.
Okay, thank you, through the chair. The Mar House is a part of the property of where the building's going to be when you move it?
Through the chair, that's right. The Mar House is proposed to be relocated. The primary driver of that relocation is the site remediation where the plume of the old gas bar has drifted below the Mar House, and that's the initial force for the relocation.
What's the Mar House used for? I've never been there. What is it? Like,
most recently,
I see it from the outside, but I don't know what's inside.
Through the chair, the Mar House has now been vacant for a number of years. Historically, it's been used for service commercial type uses, small shops, that sort of thing.
So, so you're just moving it. You're not opening it up or doing. Like, I don't understand. It's just going to be moved and it's going to be empty?
Through the chair, the initial proposal was the relocation on site where it would form an amenity for the development. What's happening now is a new heritage permit application is being compiled where it would be relocated along a public street and used for a private residence.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm thinking that we've exhausted the questions. Matt, at this time, you can sit down. And I need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from the agent, and it's going to be Councillor Cassar and Councillor Wang. Please indicate your hand vote now. And that's pretty much everybody. Good enough for a pass. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we have some registered delegations. And I guess I should have practiced this. Rives Babar, are you here? Yes, I'm here. Oh, come on down. And I hope I pronounced that right, and you can correct me once you get to the podium.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Good. My name is Reeves
Thank you, thank you. I get it.
Dally Barber.
Okay, Reeves Barber.
Reeves
Thank you.
Barber. Reeves Dally Barber, actually.
Okay, I'm going to write that down.
Thank you.
Reeves Dally Barber.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Chair.
have 5 minutes and carry on, okay?
Yes, I appreciate being here, and I appreciate the support that we've heard from our counselor here who has met with our people of Ancaster. I am on the board of the Ancaster Village Heritage Community, and very keen to see that our village is a gem in Hamilton. You as planners for Hamilton realize what an amazing little community we have that has been very much a viable one for over 250 years. I actually have come from a family who have been in the village for over 100 years, came from Hamilton since 1830-something, and part of this community is Hamilton, let alone the village of Ancaster, the community of Ancaster. So my major concern to the planning organization is, how have you allowed something as ginormous as what we're looking at to be in the absolute core and vital part of our little community? Be out on Garner Road, if you please. Fine. That's where these kinds of developments should be. We have, not just even in the core, but beyond us, we have the Muse. That's a great example of a 3-story, lovely development, not overbearing, not over the hill, so to speak, for us to live with. You as a planning committee, what do you see for our future of our core? Is it going to be more of this? That's very scary for us who live in the community. As a child, I ran my bicycle all over the place. I lived this life in this small community. This doesn't feel like you're planning for our future. Similarly, a planning committee, you're the ones that are foreseeing where the infrastructure is. What infrastructure have you all planned for such a development as this? It makes no sense to me. You haven't planned for this. You've got a developer who's imposing this on our community and will go along, hopefully, to support what is needed to even get this in hand, let alone the discussion of what's going to happen where Brandon House was demolished at the bottom of Russo, which was Mohawk Road, and Wilson. So I'm standing here in awe of this beautiful city of Hamilton, which is one that we all in Canada are very proud of, and it's a great industrial city. And we have a core, a gem of a core in Ancaster, older than Hamilton. And you are allowing the development of this nature in our very core. My family still has property across the street from this, an old house. It was the Gable Farm house. And that's going to have to tolerate this energy. We don't have the road structure. Wilson's a 2-lane road. Come on, it was old Highway 2. It doesn't have the support for this kind of development, for this kind of construction that's going to go on for how long? 5 years? You haven't, oops, sorry, getting carried away here. You haven't even really come to terms with our infrastructure. I don't hear any genuine plans of the infrastructure other than, oh, we'll let the developer pay for it. Well, we don't have the sewer systems. We don't have the water system to support you, and we certainly don't have the traffic that can accommodate all these places to park. I'm appalled, and I'm just one of many of Ancaster community people who are very, very upset with this organization, this planning organization, and the city for enabling this to be considered. Thank you, sir.
Reeves, you can stay here. I just wanted to let you know that our staff are bound by provincial policy decisions and processes that are beyond their control, and they're determined at the provincial government level. And the other piece is that this council is all about local autonomy. So we do hear you, but there are positions that we don't have control over. And
But we
have
have
to follow
influence.
those.
Excuse me, Chair. Why are we
Yes.
not working with the Ontario Land Tribunal? Why do we not have influence? Why do the developers influence them. And
those-
we're a small community who don't have that representation with them.
There is a process, and that process can be decided by this council if they choose to go to it. It has been there a few times now, and it's exhausted, and it's to the point where we hear you, but to move in a certain way would be detrimental to the bigger picture for the city, and I can
For the
appreciate
city,
that.
not for our little community.
I understand
We
that.
need proactive, not reactive.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Are there any questions for, okay, thank you. We've actually got a couple people for questions for you now. Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say through you, thank you, Reeves, for being here. I know it's your first time delegating, and appreciate the time you spent speaking with me over the last couple of weeks and to help understand and provide input to the comments I shared earlier, and we'll share a little later. I just wanted to confirm with you, I noted your concerns around traffic, servicing, OLT. I'll be asking those questions of staff. We'll get to the point where the report's on the floor, and then I'll be asking questions on that. So you're welcome to sit here and listen to those responses. But
Very keen to hear the responses.
thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And Reeves, we have one more councillor. Councillor Pauls is going to ask you questions. She's over to your right.
Thank you,
Thank you for delegating. I hear your passion, but I want to ask you a question. It's not only your area, it's everywhere in the city. The word intensification is what we need because of housing. So how do you reply to when we say we have to build because we need homes?
Yes.
You're basically saying not Ancaster, which I agree.
No, I'm not saying not Ancaster. I'm saying the gem, this beautiful gem that we have, that is now part of the Hamilton community.
Yeah, so I just want to know.
I want you to put it out on Garner Road, where you should, where all that, people from there can get on the 403 and go wherever they want. Not in a three-story building, not unlike the Muse. That's why I use that as an example.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's so much pressure, intensification, even in my ward.
Absolutely.
People are so upset. You know, we have building 10, 20 stories high, they want it. So I'm just saying.
Not in the core, not in a village core like this.
Well,
we are investing in this. My family and I are investing in the arts, and the reason you come into a core is to enjoy it, but not to build a ginormous effort around it, which just overwhelms us. No, it could be out on Garner Road. That's part of Ancaster. You're all putting in the systems in Ancaster on Garner Road. Look at the sewer systems that are out there. That's where those places should be. Come into our core to enjoy it as a place to be together.
I agree 100%, but I just want to say we are pulled both ways.
I understand. But this is not appropriate.
Yeah, so but I do appreciate you coming, and we hear it all the time, traffic, just noise, everything. All those things are everywhere, but I understand it's the village. So thank you for coming, and your passion shows, and thank you for coming.
And Reeves, you're not done yet. We have one more councillor to ask some questions. Councillor Beatty.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you, Reeves, for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Represent the Stony Creek, Winona area on basically the opposite side of Hamilton from Ancaster. I've been in your downtown many times, and it's lovely. I'm trying to understand from the community perspective, is there any level of intensification that you would deem to be acceptable? And it's not a facetious question, but is there 4-story, 6-story, 2-story? I'm curious of what you think might be an appropriate level.
All right, so that's why I use the example of the Muse, for instance, which is just.
I'm not familiar with it, so you have to guide me through it.
All right, so it's a 3-story structure. And it's low-key, it has greenery all around it, it has a core area that it complements the type of location that the core it represents. It's not right in the village core itself, it's beyond Fiddler's Green Road. But it is the kind of structure that would be totally appropriate and would blend in beautifully, but not some monster that should be out on Garner Road. That's on. Of course we should have intensity. I mean, we can't just have all single houses everywhere. Most of them have gone, and look at Mara. I mean, I grew up with friends that lived in that house. That was a residential house back in the 50s and the 60s. That's okay. But now it's going to be apartments. Got that? Maybe 3-story, maybe beautifully landscaped, maybe set back a little, not just blowing you over. And how wide is our sidewalk? Our sidewalks are terrible. Those all need to be dealt with, obviously. But this is beyond the pale for the community. But intensity, totally, councillors agree with you. We need intensity.
And then, so just to summarize then, sorry, your preference would be something closer to a 3-4-story, something like that?
Yes, of course, with right gardens and all of that, and just the number of, I mean, over 100 apartments in that area, just all jammed together with the parking, the traffic, all of that is unbelievable. And I don't know how it's accepted.
Okay, thank you for your delegation today, appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Reeves, you're not finished yet. We've got one more person. Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And I appreciate you coming down here, and your downtown core in Ancaster is very lovely. It's quite similar, I'm sure you've been to downtown Stony Creek.
Yes.
It's quite similar, and so I can understand the protective nature that you come here and that passion you bring here today. I just wanted to know, are you aware that a developer can build an 8-story building in the rest of the city's community nodes and including in downtown Stony Creek without having to come to planning committee? And do you think that that's a fair policy?
I'm aware of it, and I would like for us to have been more proactive to figure out how we could have been dealing with the Ontario Land Tribunal so that we were not in this position today.
Okay.
And I think we haven't done our our thought process to nip that in advance. We are just reacting today. I'm reacting, obviously, to this situation. And I'm very sorry that our ability to plan hasn't been more effective, to have engaged the Ontario government so that we were not in this position, be it that we are now, is very upsetting.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the last question for me, I know that the urban boundary decision, the city's position on that is reflective of today's approval. Are you supportive of a firm urban boundary, or is that something that you're against?
Am I?
A firm urban boundary, are you supportive of that?
Say that again, am I?
Building on farmland, are you supportive of that?
On the farmland, I'm really not involved with that. I'm here for the core.
Okay.
Sorry.
Understood. Thank you.
I'm here for the village.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reeves, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, we have another registered delegation, and it's virtual, and it's Jennifer Asimidis, and she's online. Jennifer, just when you come on, put your camera on for us, and give us the correct pronunciation of your name. Yeah. Jennifer, can you hear that you're being called to the meeting? And if you could put your camera on and make your presentation, we'll wait patiently for 10 to 15 seconds. We have this. That's good. Okay, thank you, Jennifer. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask for members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. I'm going to ask that 3 times. If Jennifer, your camera comes on, we'll allow you to make a presentation at that time. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay. Are you together or separate? Well, why don't you come on down and then... Yes, that works for me, and I'll give you separate presentations. just come to the podium down here. And I'll allow you to speak one at a time. So just the person who's speaking, just announce your name, and then we'll let you have questions. So whoever wants to go first, thank you.
Okay, I'm Linda Hughes, resident of Ancaster, and I was present at the planning meeting in February. It appears to me that one of the main objections is the height of this building. At that meeting, there were 8 nodes identified in the Ancaster area that could have this sort of building. So my question would be, knowing full well that there are finances involved, is if this building were to be the right height, as the previous speaker said, 3 stories, that would be totally acceptable. It's the 8-story height that is a major disturbance. If there are 7 alternate places it could go, perhaps that should be considered.
Thank you for that, and I'm sure that the councillor will ask more questions in line with that, okay? Is there anyone that wishes to ask Linda any questions? Okay, at this point, what I'll do then is we'll let the other lady come forward and speak, and then I'll actually allow people to ask both ladies questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to try to paraphrase a letter that I did write to the planning.
Okay, no problem. And just announce your name first.
My name is Gillian Anshell.
Thanks,
I'm a
Gillian.
resident of Ancaster. The first one is the position of the building. The Ancaster Village Core, comprising Wilson Street East up to the roundabout west of Ancaster Mews, has no buildings higher than 3 stories. Even beyond that, I've driven around, not one building is over 3 stories. Many in the downtown core are old heritage buildings, or built in a manner that fits in architecturally with the older buildings. For example, the small plaza at the Wilson and Halson intersection, and the commercial properties at the same intersection. They've all been built with a view to fit in with the style of the village. The 8-story building currently being proposed creates a jarring sightlines. What we saw at the meeting, most of them elicited gasps from the people in the audience because of the way it stood out in contrast to all the other buildings. It's also going to create shadows and loss of natural light to those houses on Lodore and Academy, which sit behind. Imagine having an 8-story building that's in your line of the sun. So all of that, the microclimate of the buildings behind will be affected. The next point is the unsustainable traffic congestion. If any of you have driven up there, will recognize that, as the lady before us said, it's a 2-lane road through on Wilson Street. The congestion it's like downtown Toronto even. That is an exaggeration, but we were told at the meeting, if I understand this correctly, that there will be tearing up the street in order to update the infrastructure that will be required for an 8-story building, which in itself is going to, the gentleman who made the presentation talked about the ripple effect. So before long, maybe a 6-story building will come into place, because now the water, the sewage, and all of that has gone in, and that's going to take a fair bit of time to accomplish. Ancaster's very poorly served by transportation, so unfortunately the car is the major way of transporting anywhere, out of the village. And so that traffic that we see, you can't ask people to take buses, because the buses for people my age are not only are they few, but they're far away. I think the last thing I wanted to say is what Ms. Barber, I think the name was, very eloquently described. And my letter to the Planning Committee finished off with saying this: is there any vision for Ancaster? And if so, please consider locating it in a more suitable place. I don't have the expertise to make a suggestion where a better place would be, but it definitely isn't there where all the buildings are 2 or 3 stories high. I have yet to hear an articulated vision for the town of Ancaster. Is it worthwhile? Is it worthwhile? I mean, I ask everybody representing different areas of the city of Hamilton, is it worthwhile preserving the uniqueness which is described in one tourist guide as, and these aren't my words, it's what's being put out by the Hamilton City, in essence, Ancaster is celebrated for its deep historical roots, preserved heritage, access to nature, and a thriving local scene that offers a blend of quaint charm and contemporary appeal. I ask that, these now back to my words, I ask that serious consideration be given to maintaining the 3-story limit to new buildings in the village core, and that permits for taller buildings be restricted to more appropriate nodes. I'll stop there. As I said, I don't have the expertise to tell you where is more appropriate, but definitely not in the village core.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
Thank you, Jillian. Those are good reflective questions for everyone in the room. At this point, are there any councillors that wish to ask questions for our 2 residents of Ancaster, Linda and Jillian? At this point, thank you for your presentations, and you may sit back down. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Kyle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council. Thank you to everyone who's come up here and spoken today. I'd just like to start by saying I'm from a small town, so I know what they're saying when they're talking about an 8-story building being built. My only questions at this point would be, when it comes to infrastructure, we're talking sewer, water, electricity, etc. What's that going to be on the old system? Because if there's anything I know about old towns, they typically have old systems. I mean, I've put some shovels in the ground and I've hit some clay pipe. That's old school. That's 1950s, 1940s. Going back again to this policy, regulation, and legislative bodies, where's the information being put out by these officials so that people have access to information and knowledge when it comes to their towns? Because from what I've heard, they may be, what's the word, underinformed, trying to find the right information. Again, I would have to say, where are the federal, provincial leaders? Are they not around here in these meetings? Because this is important. You're talking about development. So I'd like to go right into the geopolitical positioning of Canadian development. What is the plan there? because as far as I'm concerned, what I'm seeing from the rural aspect is there's pushing from the rural to the cities. Anytime that I've historically seen buildings go up in any nations, it's from the rural to the city. And there's always a plan. 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 15-year plan, 20-year plan, 50-year plan. There's always a plan. So where are the plans? Again, when it comes to, let's see here. Well, development. There is definitely key aspects that I think council is leaving out about development. I think that there's informations that council doesn't want to share about development and the planning process, because there's always a plan. And again, with that being said, when it comes to old infrastructure, you're talking 260 units roughly, I would assume. So 260 units on sewer, 260 parking lots per se, or sorry, parking spaces. Again, that's, 2 people per 260, 500 extra people upon resident streets, right? These are real considerations that must be looked at and addressed. And then, truthfully being told, going back to where is the information? Because if there's anything that I've come to find since 2020, there's been a whole lot of censorship here. Municipal, federal, provincial, and it's not right. It's not right. So again, with that being said, we have a ring of fire up in the north. There's a lot of people coming from the rural to the city. Why are we not having wonderful developers like this developing in Cochrane, where they could use a population booth, a population growth? They got mines and work up there. So I'm just going to keep it short, keep it sweet. That's all that I have. Thank you. And I'm against this development because it's over 3 stories.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. So at this point, I will just say that we do try at the city to be as transparent as possible, and we do follow the procedures that we are guided upon. There have been some issues with our cyber incident with sharing of information, but we do have freedom of information processes to follow and so forth. So just putting that on the record and thanking Kyle for his delegation today. May I have, okay, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Is there anyone else in the gallery? Oh, Jennifer. Jennifer, by all means, you were a registered delegation, so you can take your time now. Just introduce yourself, and then we'll go. Thank you. Jennifer, we're having an issue with your connection, so we're going to ask you at this time to shut your camera off and see if that improves the connectivity. Well, we got the whole family there. Okay, Jennifer, try it now. You seem to be frozen. Can you try just with your microphone and no camera? Jennifer, we're going to give this one more try. If you have the number that was in your delegate email, you could call in by phone, and then we could receive your presentation verbally over the phone. Is that something you could try? Do you have that number? Just give us a thumbs up if you heard me and you want to try and phone in. Okay, stop the video. Jennifer, try and speak to us now. We'll see if we've got a better connectivity. No, I'm sorry, it's not working. Your last attempt is going to be to try and call us. And if not, you can always submit comments that will be gathered, and we will present them, or they will be shared with council. That's okay. We're just going to give 20 seconds for her to make that phone call, and if she doesn't make the phone call, we'll move on. Okay, we're just going to go up right now to the final ask. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Come on down. Jennifer, if you can hear me, you can try and attempt to call in, and I believe that our clerk will be able to receive that call and then put you over the speaker system here. And we're just taking another delegation at this time, so you have a couple minutes to try and line that up. Thank you. Okay, announce who you are.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Firth. This is Harvey. I'm going to keep swaying, which might be distracting, but it'll keep him asleep. I'll keep this short. My concerns are mainly the same as everyone else. An 8-story building is too high to put in a quaint little village. A 3-story building would be better suited to the area. I do understand the need for development. I just think we need to find a way to make it fit in the area. And the second one, which everyone else has brought up, is traffic. I live 300 meters behind the proposed development with my 3 children. And they go to school at Mount Mary, which is across the street from the development. Already crossing the road is a very hard procedure in the morning. We usually walk. This morning I drove them so that I could get here. And at 8:31 in the morning, the traffic was backed up from Wilson and Russo all the way past the lights at Church and Wilson up to the library. With cars trying to turn left into the garage across from the proposed development, cars are then turning or going around them, already trying to pass around. I think that the increased traffic with the development and the increased load of, during building would be unsustainable for the area. Those are my main concerns.
Thanks, Kaylee and Harvey, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. Are there any questions for Kaylee or Harvey? Well, okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Did Jennifer reach out?
Call out to her. I still see my girl still looks like the same.
So just one more attempt from Jennifer to call in, and we're waiting for her call. And if she does call in, we'll broadcast that over the speaker system here.
I'll call it and just reiterate, she can submit the council comments.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And Jennifer, you can just submit your presentation for council comment. Last potential, were there any other members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, not seeing any. May I have a mover and seconder? That the public submissions were received and considered by committee and that the public meeting be closed. Councillor Kassar and Councillor A. Wilson. We're going to have an e-scribe vote now. Maybe. Just having some technical issues with computers sleeping and reawakening.
Yeah, because I was trying to keep it active, but it's not, it seems to be a Wilson. Like it just won't, I can't. I know, I will explain later. Yes.
Okay, as we navigate the perils of the internet, we're going to have that vote come up very shortly. And this is just to receive the public submissions. We call those the gremlins? The robots. The vote is up. Celebrations. Councillor Wang's left. That carries 11-0. Now, may I have a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations? Looking around, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Francis, thank you. We're going to have a little quicker e-scribe vote now, hopefully. Oh, well, we're going to have that vote right after we have some comments from our fellow councillors. And Councillor Kassar is up now.
Thanks, Chair. I have a number of questions, probably have to go on it for a second time, so just letting you know now. I'll start with some questions that were brought up from our delegates. There's some themes I noted. First was just around location. There was a comment around, location, would prefer to have this built somewhere else. If staff could just speak to the process and how planning applications come in and the ability for the city to direct where development happens. If, through you, Chair, if staff understand the question and could comment on that, please.
Reno Dalbello, Acting Director of Development Planning, through the Chair to the Councillor. With regards to directing applicants to certain areas, all the areas of the city have designations and zoned for development of some type. And basically, if there's a vacant parcel or if there's a parcel with land on it or a built form on it that may not be feasible for the applicant, or the owner has the right to submit that application to change that designation to put something on there. Obviously, staff don't always agree with those types of applications or those types of developments, but staff cannot say, oh, you should build this development over there, specifically if they don't own the land. If they do own the land, they have that right to build where they're looking for. I go back also to, there are policies in place, and a policy, the public and the landowners have the right to ask to amend those policies to build whatever they wish on that site. That doesn't mean staff always support that, but they have that ability. So yeah, but basically not pushing them to a certain area. There are areas in the city that are zoned and already designated for prime for development. But as the urban boundary expansion, that it's a closed boundary, these infill projects are what we are looking for City for development for growth.
Right. Thank you, Chair. And just to summarize, a landowner has the right to bring a development to Planning Committee, and staff has the obligation to consider that and bring it here for us to speak. So thank you for clarifying that. Second was just around process as it relates to the OLT, and there was a question made or a comment made that the Planning Committee and staff should have worked better with the OLT. Maybe just for the public who isn't ingrained in the planning process, just what the OLT is and how applications could appear in front of the OLT, and then the city and Planning Committee's ability to influence, as I think the question was at that point in time, through your chair.
Good morning again. Patrick McDonald, Legal Services. So through the chair, the Ontario Land Tribunal is a administrative tribunal that functions similar to a court. So when applications are appealed from the municipal level to the OLT, the city is a party in that, the same as they would be in any court proceedings. So the Ontario Land Tribunal is the decider. It is not a party that is actually negotiated with. That doesn't mean parties can't negotiate between themselves or can oppose each other before the tribunal. And the tribunal has the jurisdiction to make decisions on any planning matter at the provincial level, and they can do that with or without the consent of the municipality based on the facts before them.
Thank you very much. I wanted to then go into some questions first around traffic, because that was brought up several times. And I know there was a transportation study done. There was one done several years ago, one more recently. So just wanted, first question to transportation staff to confirm how recent the existing transportation assessment is that's part of this application. Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, Steve Malloy, Acting Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. This study was submitted this past year in 2026 and reviewed by staff, and the count data that was collected to conduct that study was back last June 2025, before the closure of schools, representative of the conditions out there, and reflective of the current intersection configuration at Rousseau and Wilson Street.
Thank you. So that's an important point to address some of the comments that it is a current study. Just briefly, through you, Chair, could you just explain the traffic study process and how that's done so that the public can have confidence in that process?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. I'll try not to be too technical on it, but essentially the process of doing any transportation impact assessment is looking at existing conditions as a base, and then layering on any background traffic, which would be inclusive of either or in combination of a historical growth factor plus known developments in the area, which is provided through planning that are active files. So this study would have been inclusive of the Wilson and Rousseau development, and vice versa, that development would have been inclusive of this one. And then as such, we're looking at the conditions with that layered on background traffic, and then the site would generate its own traffic, which will also be layered on to the road network to see what the impact would be on the transportation system, and looking at those conditions. And as part of that site traffic, it would be distributed based on either market information or existing patterns in the area. And then once that's assigned to the transportation network, then we would again assess as a total future condition. And as part of our guidelines as well, we do post 5 years development. So at the time of the opening of development plus 5 years. And then if there's any identified mitigation that would be required, we would that would usually be recommended by the applicant, and we would review it for accuracy and have those discussions with the transportation consultant.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So to summarize, it's done by professionals with standard processes. It's looking not only at the present, but at other applications that are on the docket now, including the one at Wilson and Rousseau, also looking at the future. So, okay, that's helpful to understand. And then what does this particular assessment tell us about the impact of this development? If you could share that through you, Chair.
So through the chair, I will defer this question over to Jill Julke, who is the acting manager of transportation planning, to help with that answer.
Yes, good morning, Jill Julke, Acting Manager of Transportation Planning, as Steve said. So the actual impacts of this development from the assessments that we conducted, which again conform to the city's transportation assessment guidelines and used industry standard software practices and methodology, indicate that this development will increase traffic at the study area intersections by about no more than 6 seconds during the AM and PM peak periods, which are the busiest periods on the roadways that occur typically for 1 hour between 7 and 9 AM or 3 and 6 PM. And the other notable impact here as well is in the queue links at the study area intersections. They're anticipated to increase by no more than about 1 vehicle per cycle length over the course of the peak hour period. And that's just due to the distribution of traffic over the study area network. So as Actor Directing Malloy stated, the trips associated with this development aren't going to necessarily use all the intersections within the study area because they are origined and destined to various locations throughout the city of Hamilton and the broader area surrounding the city as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. And there was also a question around transit, and I know there isn't anyone from transit here, but there is significant ramp up of transit service throughout the city and including Ancaster over the coming years. So I know I'm out of time. I'll go back on a second time.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to go to the next counselor, and that's Counselor Matt Francis.
Thank you, Chair, and I've got a few questions as well. First, I'm struggling with the consistency of our city's planning framework. In the old downtown Stoney Creek, which is effectively identical to downtown Ancaster, this development here is effectively anticipated and permitted along the corridors in Stoney Creek where it is not in Ancaster. So for example, we've got an 8-story building downtown Stoney Creek that was permitted as of right. I mean, the applicant didn't have to come here to this committee, go through this whole process. In Ancaster, however, nearly identical forms of development require an official plan amendment, adding time, cost, uncertainty, delays. My residents are going to learn about this very application before us, and they'll be upset that Ancaster was afforded the opportunity to delegate, to share their concerns, possibly influencing the application and the decision of the application. Yet Stoney Creekers were denied for an identical application. So my question is to staff, if mid-rise intensification is good planning policy in one part of the city, why is it treated as an exception in Ancaster? And why isn't this development also a simple as of right as it would be in Stoney Creek and the rest of the city's community nodes? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. The overarching policy framework for example, downtown Stoney Creek and Ancaster would be the same in terms of both being identified as community nodes in our urban structure. The difference from a policy framework is that there is a secondary plan that was developed for Ancaster probably about 14 years ago. So that would be the difference in terms of why there are different policy permissions, but both of those areas as part of our structure are identified as community nodes.
Thank you. And so on that point, then shouldn't we be reviewing the citywide policy to ensure fairness and predictability across the entire city?
Through the chair to the councillor, there's a number of projects on our work plan from the policy group in terms of looking at opportunities for additional intensification as well as a review of our neighborhood plans and secondary plans. That work plan should be coming forward to Planning Committee and Council before the summer months, I would say. So we are looking at those areas and ensuring that there's opportunities for intensification within the areas of the city and the areas of the urban structure where we were looking for intensification to be occurring.
Understood. My next question, does the city's position on the urban boundary weigh into staff's support position of this application? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, in terms of the policy framework that's been established, it supports the no urban boundary expansion framework. So the targets in the official plan are premised on 80% intensification within the built boundary and then 20% intensification within greenfield areas. So our policies are sort of built around that direction.
Understood. I've got two more questions, Chair. Is this infill development considered a brownfield, and will this contaminated site be remediated through the erase grant?
Through the chair to the councillor, in terms of the grant, we can't speak to that piece, but yes, remediation would be a requirement. The lands could not be developed until they are remediated.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And the last part for me here, Chair, and just recognizing the number of residents here today and the concerns being raised, I think there's a real interest for the community in understanding what ability that council has to respond to these concerns, particularly within the framework before us. So my question is staff, recognizing that parking requirements for this project may already be established through zoning and prior approvals, including the OLT, and building on Councillor Cassar's comments at the last planning committee meeting that minimum parking requirements have created too much parking and that removing them provides freedom for the market to decide what's required, which he noted is a good thing for everybody. So in that context, can you clarify whether the parking requirements for this project are fully fixed through the OLT approved framework, or whether council retains any ability to modify them, or what that process would look like? Chair, thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, what's in front of planning committee today is an official plan amendment and not the zoning bylaws. So the parking requirements were fixed through the existing zoning, so there is no opportunity for planning committee or council today to change those requirements, as the zoning bylaw amendment is not in front of planning committee.
Thank you. So maybe not today, but is that something that we could look at accomplishing to support the needs of the ward councillor and the community?
Through the chair to the councillor, with there being site-specific zoning in effect, that would be what would direct the parking for this particular property. In order to change that requirement, there would have to be like a city-initiated rezoning to amend the parking.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Jeff Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, really sympathize with the delegates that have come forward today, and the mirrors, as my fellow Stony Creek councillor Francis just stated, the mirrors between the Ancaster community, Stony Creek community are a lot. Very similar complexity, very similar history, and so you know, it strikes me that we all seem to have these similar issues as it comes to redevelopment and infill and built form and density, whether you're in the east end or the west end of our city. And while you're dealing in Ancaster with a potential 8-story building, in Ward 10, you know, hold on to your seats, folks, up to 32 stories is what we've had to look into accepting, and actually has been approved. You can look up something called the triplets or the triple towers. But I'm trying to, Chair, through you, pull apart a little bit where the constant reference comes into the province's role in this, delineated from the OLT role in this, delineated from some of the decision-making around this table in terms of intensification targets. And I'm just wondering if staff can have a brief overview, because I know it's a terribly complex issue, but you know, how much of this is attributed to our own desire to move in a particular way to achieve a particular target, as opposed to what we're being, you know, I'll put in quotations, forced to do by the province. If there's some kind of broad explanation for folks in the audience that may help with their understanding and my understanding as we proceed to a decision point on this. Through
the chair to the councillor, I would say that the the beginning or the start of the focus of intensification did come through provincial legislation. There was a plan that no longer exists at this point in time, but it was called Places to Grow, which looked at focusing at that point in time, it was 60% intensification within built boundaries. And so that formed the basis for much of our urban structure, which looked at where should intensification be focused across the city and what are the more stable neighborhoods where some intensification would be encouraged, but not looking at significant change. And then I would say the next sort of key point in time would be the council's decision on the no urban boundary expansion, which, as I indicated in my earlier response, looked at a 80% intensification rate within the built boundary. So looking at increasing that intensification, the remaining 20% would be within what we call greenfield areas, but are still within the urban boundary. So effectively not looking outside the urban boundary to address the intensification requirements of the province.
Thank you for that, Director. I appreciate it. So to summarize then, the province at some point in the past started the ball rolling on this intensification journey. This council or previous councils decided to go, I think I heard the provincial target was 60. This council or previous council decided to go to 80 due to a desire to hold firm on the old urban boundary. And all of those have precipitated and rolled forward into kind of a culmination point that we find ourselves in here, where we have a community that doesn't want to see that take place. And unfortunately, as noted in other parts of the community, we're seeing this everywhere throughout the city of Hamilton. So I think that that's valuable. I'm not really sure where I may vote on this, truth be told, because I do understand the wishes and the feedback from the community, and I value that. But I also know that trying to, I mean, it seems to me in Stony Creek and Ward 10 at least, 8 is probably the minimum, and going below that just seems so unattainable, really. So I'm struggling a little bit with how my decision point may be on this, Chair, but respectfully looking to see if some of my colleagues have some other interesting feedback that they may be able to offer.
Thanks for those questions of clarity, and thanks for sharing your thoughts. We're going to go to First Vice Chair, Ward 1 Councillor M. Wilson.
I have comments, no questions.
Okay. Why don't you take those comments now, or do you want to hear the questions from everybody first? I'll let you decide.
I'm happy to have comments now. I just
Okay,
defer
comments
to you.
now. That's fine.
Yeah, some very interesting discussion around this table. Let me begin by thanking the delegates, particularly the mother with the young child, for taking the time to be here today. And I'm very grateful to the Ward 12 councillor at the last Planning Committee meeting for deferring this file to this meeting to enable the very delegations that we enjoyed this morning, something that seemed to be, from my perspective, a source of some questioning last meeting, and I'm hearing those very colleagues say they really appreciated hearing from the delegates today. Perplexing. I certainly agree with the delegates who describe this village as a gem and the history. And it's wonderful to hear that passion and that sense of pride and ownership from people who have had family roots here since the 1800s. My comments are that our system of land use planning in Ontario is rooted in private property rights, and it shall ever be thus. And that means an applicant can come forward at the owner's wish to seek approval of a development. And council or your municipality, we do have plans in place that tries to guide and inform what goes on but it is always an applicant's prerogative to move forward with an application which seeks to deviate or to be conform with what is asked. And I'm bringing that to the attention of those who may be interested. The premise and the principle of private property rights is such that it's a reason why the OLT rules in favor of the applicant, especially in this city, over 90% of the time. And that's always a tension that your council has to make. It is always good planning to try and work with the applicant to try and accommodate those community preferences and needs. And I think your counselor has done that in good faith and in good effort. And when things get punted to the OLT, we lose that opportunity, and the delegates here lose that opportunity to inform and to participate. And I've heard from the applicant's agent that they're willing to engage, and I thank them for that. I would like to state that I understand the wish for 3 stories. We also have economics at play in that the cost of development is going up to such an extent. There's a reason why we're not able to achieve family-size units. If we want family-size units, usually we have to increase the height because private development has to make sense financially. And that is, it shall ever be thus. I want to close by saying I appreciate the way in which the ward councillor has worked with the community. Very much. And while it may be good politics to huff and puff and pound your chest and say never here, never now, it's not good planning. And it's not honest, because we have to work within the rules that have been prescribed for us and in good faith with the developers. So on that front, thank you to the ward councillor, and I will be supporting staff recommendations, which, by the way, it would be very hard at an OLT to counter when you have professional planning staff in a municipality supporting an application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, I hesitate to enter the fray, but want to bring some historical perspective to the discussion in hopes that it will enhance everyone's understanding of how things have evolved. Different provincial governments have different ideas about how to proceed around development. You may have one government that promotes a green belt and slowing down urban sprawl, and another that might take a different position. There was a time when a decision was taken, I'm very familiar with it, to eliminate the Ontario Municipal Board and to replace it with a local appeal tribunal where the only deviations that would be allowable would be those that ran contrary to local municipalities' official plan. Those days are gone. Some would see a change as intrusive and abusive. Others would see change as responsible and necessary. And that's the dilemma that we need to, the road we need to travel along. We've had a very clear expression of our general populace around urban boundaries, as we all know. We have an appeal pending in the Elfrida area, which is one, if accepted by the Ontario Land Tribunal, and that hearing starting fairly soon, Chair, as you know, will contribute more to the current situation where 360 acres of prime agricultural land in Ontario is lost every single day. You know, that's the struggle we have. The other reality is that, you know, there are laws that are passed that become the order of the day, and we're obliged, fortunately or unfortunately, to adhere to those, with the only mechanism being a different kind of tribunal, the Ontario Land Tribunal, that may have or may not have, depending on your perspective, their own agenda. So it puts councils in a position of not having anywhere near the kind of control historically to do the kind of official planning, including all the stakeholders, to see a plan developed that reflects the hopes and dreams and aspirations of a local community that, to a large extent, is taken out of our hands. Market-driven, of course, and frustrating often. But that is some historical perspective. The financial side of it is tricky. Big parts of a very important employment sector are collapsing around us. You know, we have to weigh that too. So I just offer that, Chair, as some historical and important background. I wish, I'll confess, I wish it were different. I wish municipalities could return to a time when we were radically inclusive in terms of doing official plans that did in fact reflect the hopes and dreams and aspirations of people in Stoney Creek, Ancaster, my beloved Flamborough, and my beloved city of Hamilton as well. I've lived in 9 different wards in this city, and there are challenges in each, and they're often different. So good luck, Horseshoe. We listen, we care, we want to do the right thing. We can have a debate about what that is, but we're also very much restricted by the law of the land. And that's where we're at. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor, for those words of wisdom and experience in dealing with this matter and your reflections. We're going to go to first-time speaker, Councillor Cameron Kretsch.
Thanks very much. I usually don't want to copy what other people have said or expound on it, but I want to give a slightly less polite version of what I think we just heard from these two fine folks here. Look, the province is a bully in this situation. That's all that's going on here. It's pretty simple. Property rights matter more than anybody else's rights. That is clear in provincial legislation. And I'm not saying Doug Ford's the only one to do this. When the city was founded, we used to elect a board of 11 councillors. 10 councillors were elected by the people and 1 by the other councillors. And we elected that 11th person if there was a tie. The man, is what it says, the man who owned the most property got to win. I could regale you with hundreds of tales of how the structure of this city and of this province is built on property rights. And so that's what we're stuck with right now, unfortunately, have been for a long time. And Councillor McMeekin is right. I'm speaking mostly to the people who delegated here. What I want to tell you is when we had the Ontario Municipal Board, just the name, think about it, the Ontario Municipal Board, seemed like it was focused on what was happening in the city. Makes sense. Then they changed the name and the process to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal. Both of those bodies allowed residents like the delegates today to go down to the tribunal themselves, register to oppose what was happening, and have their day in court. And then Doug said, nah, not good enough. Doesn't protect people with property rights enough. Get them out of there. So now people don't have that right anymore. At the local level, you had a right to actually have your day with the province and sit down and say, look, we don't like the way that you're doing this. Here's our opinion. This is what we want to do. And the province said, we find that annoying. We're getting rid of it. So they got rid of it. Part of our job here, too, is balancing a couple of different things. As the downtown councillor, I can tell you, and we're in an 8-story building right now, by the way. City Hall is an 8-story building. The whole area around City Hall was razed to the ground many years ago. All the single-family homes here were gotten rid of. Many, many heritage buildings were lost in the process of doing that to build apartments, to build City Hall in a process called urban renewal. I'm not saying I'm supportive of that. I'm just giving you a brief synopsis of where we actually sit today having this conversation. And when we're looking at decisions to make downtown, often we're starting at 30 stories at this point. Frankly, most of our conversations are. Some areas we have 16, 17, 18 stories as a starting place, but for oftentimes now, that conversation at the OLT is about it. And to give you one example, we had a property downtown that was blocking the escarpment that was 30 stories that had, one of the most, I think, iconic things that we all agreed on was we want to be able to see the escarpment if we're downtown. We want to be able to see this natural landscape. Everyone agreed on that. Ontario Land Tribunal said, we don't care about your escarpment and just let it go through anyways. So that's the context that we're in right now. And the folks who are appointed to the Ontario Land Tribunal are done so by the provincial government. So it's just simply an extension of the political apparatus that runs this province. Last thing, site-specific issues like these issues have to be balanced with what's happening in an area. And I think one thing I hear from a lot of delegates coming forward is, well, why don't you just build it over there? And one of the problems we're stuck with because of the way property rights are protected is the person coming forward with the application, who has a right to have an application, doesn't own the property over there. The city isn't going, build this here. The province is saying to the developer and the property owner, what do you want to build? Let us know. That's the context we're in here in 2026, and I want to just give a less polite version of that because I think that there's no point in mincing words. This is where we are as a planning committee. If we go against those rules, we got to pay hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees and delay things from happening, only to inevitably have it happen anyways and be on the hook for all that cash. Not just us, everyone who pays taxes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, for sharing your take on bigger provincial issues that have come to play in our city. And finally, Councillor Cassar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I will wish for your indulgence. I have a couple more questions and then some comments, hopefully to wrap it up. First, just start to what Councillor Francis was saying around the need for consistency and predictability for development. Totally agree with that. There is a secondary plan in Ancaster. There is in other parts of the city. One of the things that staff brought to Planning Committee a little while ago was that the province is actually considering removing secondary plans. So that would bring consistency, but a whole lot of other planning challenges to build the community. So, but it's a point well taken, and there are differences right now in our city. And maybe if staff weren't having to adapt to so many and react to so many provincial policy changes, they may have gotten further on their work plan. Don't know for sure. Just a couple questions on the heritage permit, Chair, through you to Alyssa Golden, who's here. Just wanted to get confirmation on the status of where it's at and the next steps, and just specifically the one condition around ensuring that the building can be moved and retaining its structural integrity. So if I could ask that through you, Chair.
Through the Chair, Alyssa Golden, Cultural Heritage Program Lead. So there is an existing heritage permit, HP 2025-010, which is an extension of previous permits approved by Council. And over the last few years, the applicant has worked closely with staff to clear a number of the previous conditions of previous extensions, including updated heritage impact assessments, submission of a heritage conservation plan, masonry repair plans, and heritage structure relocation methodology. So all of those sort of groundwork conditions have already been cleared through previous extensions. What's left on the current heritage permit, some of the main items that still need to be cleared, would be informed by all of those previous studies, and the main one being providing a letter of credit for the total cost of securing, protecting, stabilizing, relocating and then restoring the building as a part of the move. So that's really the major item that's still outstanding, but the previous reports that have been provided and cleared through staff have demonstrated that that is feasible and outlined what's necessary in order to undertake that move.
Okay, thank you very much. And through you, Chair, I recognize that the heritage permit is not part of this OPA, but from the public's point of view, it's all part of the same process. So thank you for that answer. Second question is just a legal question to Patrick McDonald. Just my understanding, and would like to get confirmation, that when an application goes to the OLT, the matter is out of council's hands, and the OLT has the power to make any decision that council could have made to the application. So modifications could be made, including conditions or other changes, and that's not within the realm of council to effect at that point. So just looking for confirmation that is accurate.
Through the chair, yes, once an application is at the OLT, it's at the tribunal's discretion whether any modifications can be made without sending the matter back to the municipality.
Okay. So I just think that's important to understand the delineation between council responsibility and then the OLT. Okay, just some closing comments. I'll be a little over my time, but don't see anyone else on the speakers list, so thanks. First, I'd be remiss not to start with acknowledging Jim McLeod, who was the former president of Ancaster Village Heritage Community, who left us unfortunately and suddenly, well, not that long ago. Him and I had an excellent relationship and talked a lot about this development and the other, and I'm grateful for his leadership through this process, as I know many others are. So thinking of him as we speak about Ancaster in general. As I referenced earlier, I've met with many representatives from the community to review this proposal over the last couple of weeks and discuss this decision that Planning Committee and ultimately Council is required to make today and then next week. So we shared our opinions and concerns, and we reviewed the history of the file, specifically as it relates to provincial involvement in local decision-making and how that has had a profound effect on this file. There is a fierce passion for Ancaster's heritage, as I know there is in other parts of the former townships and within Hamilton itself. Long before European settlement, prominent First Nations trails were through the area, and those are currently Mohawk and Rousseau and Wilson Street, so their legacy still exists. I think many know that Ancaster was founded in 1792 with a mill, Wilson's Mill, and there's lots of history on the Bloody Assize, the barracks, which is was part of 1812, the War of 1812. We have the Old Town Hall, Rousseau House, Field Coat Museum and Park, and we celebrate all that these days with our Heritage Days Parade. So to everyone who's written in an email, I've read all of your emails. I know there's a very strong objection to the specifics of what it's proposed. I attended the proponent's neighborhood meeting, which has been referenced, and have had many conversations in meetings, in town halls, in parks, even grocery stores and other places in the community. And from those conversations, I want to be clear, and it's my opinion also, that there is general alignment for the development on this mostly vacant lot. The community wants that. And I've heard preferences for 3, 4, 5 stories of mixed use. And for the public, mixed use means commercial on the ground floor, amenities that serve the community, and then housing above. I mean, that's, I think, in my opinion, the right way to do development. And that's what the community wants. And I think we heard that today, and I've heard that from many in the community. But realistically, this is not a black and white situation for this planning committee to determine what happens. We absolutely need more housing and businesses to help Ancaster and Hamilton thrive. We need intensification, and we need to create sustainable, safe, and livable communities. And we should also be respecting the culture and heritage of a historic community, whether it's Stony Creek, Hamilton, Dundas, or Ancaster. And these kinds of decisions should be made locally by local decision makers, which is this planning committee. Regrettably, as has been referenced a few times, the province has interfered in that process through multiple housing bills that have resulted in what I would characterize as erosion of municipal decision-making powers. I'm not going to go into the history of that. Some of them have been mentioned. Many of those changes have been done under the auspices of cutting red tape to build more housing, which we all agree we need. We need more housing. But housing is just one ingredient of safe, vibrant, and dynamic communities that we want and need and deserve, frankly. And local planning and all that process around it really shouldn't be reduced to just red tape to be cut. And from an economic point of view, focusing relentlessly and exclusively just on supply doesn't build communities, nor does it address the need for housing that regular people can actually afford. Affordability was brought up today. So in this heavily supply-side policy direction of just build more homes, it's the marginal buyer that sets the price for everyone else. That's just economics. That's not going to solve the housing crisis or radically improve affordability. So a decent understanding of economics that acknowledges the complexity and competing pressures on affordable housing creation would lead to better policy and far superior outcomes. But regardless of the policies we're operating with provincially, each day that these vacant lots on Wilson Street East remain the way they are is a lost opportunity to provide homes, to support the village core, and more businesses and amenities to improve the lives of people who live there. Good development on this site can and will contribute positively to social, cultural, and the economic life of Ancaster. We've gone through the history. The key point I think everyone needs to take away is the zoning is in place for 8 stories. You know, if that was not in place, we could have had the debate here and maybe we landed at the same place. Maybe we landed on something different, but because of the history that we saw earlier, the zoning's in place, and that's just a matter of fact. And it's really highly unusual for the province to intervene on a specific development application. So, if we're going to be real about it, what's in front of us today is not about City Council making a decision on the development proposal we've seen. The province intervention on this file have determined the outcome because the zoning is in place. If we were to deny this and it goes to the OLT, for those that understand how it works, very, very, very likely that the OLT approves the application as it is. So I think it's wise for us to accept that there has been improvements. I asked the planner about this, softening of the facade and some other things that have marginally improved, which is basically what staff were able to achieve. That's only what they're able to achieve. And not continue to extend the timeline and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. As I shared in my public statement, which is on social media and on my website, the wisest course of action is to accept the cards we've dealt, not the cards we wish we'd had, as Councillor McMeekin has often said. So in the conversations I had with the community, it was identifying what we can influence, and I've covered those topics today. A quick recap, making sure that the servicing provisions are fulfilled. We got confirmation that that is going to happen. A commitment to incorporate community feedback into the site plan process, or at least accept that feedback. That's been confirmed today, that they would accept the feedback on the heritage aesthetic, because that is important to everyone, and the gem that is Ancaster, and that was echoed around the horseshoe today. To ensure that the Mar Philippa House is preserved and is located on a streetscape within the village core, there was a commitment that that process is underway. The permissions are in place to preserve it and make sure it happens. To have timely and transparent public updates throughout the subsequent steps of this planning process, there was a commitment to do that, and I will commit as the Ward 12 councillor to make sure that work is done. And then finally, it was for the community members to contact their Hamilton MPPs, the Minister of Municipal Housing Affairs, and the Premier, to demand that local decisions are made by local decision makers and the community. So, Chair, I'll wrap up there. I will be supporting the recommendation for those reasons, and thanks for the indulgence.
Thanks, Councillor. We do recognize the complexity that you've negotiated in coming to your decision today. And with that, I'm going to call the question. And we have a mover was Councillor Cassar, and the seconder was Councillor Francis. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. And the vote is up. And staff recommendations carry 11-0. At this time, I'm going to call for a lunch break, and we'll be returning at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Resuming our planning committee, just wanting to note that Councillor Francis and Councillor Pauls are on city business at this time. We're moving to 8.4 PED 26053, application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 974 and 980 Upper Paradise Road, Hamilton, in Ward 14. Does the committee wish to see the presentation? Surveying committee, looking online. No. May I have a mover and seconder to waive the staff presentation? Councillor Cooper, Councillor Beatty. Please indicate your hand vote no. That is passed. So we're moving to Caitlin Gillis from Landwise. Caitlin, thank you. Okay, welcome, Caitlin. You may
Great.
begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, staff, members of the public. My name is Caitlin Gillis, Senior Planner, and we are of Landwise, and we're the retained agent on behalf of Windsor Ancaster Townhouses Limited, who are the owners and applicant of the zoning bylaw amendment. So I'll give a very brief overview of the property. So the property is located bit of a delay on the PowerPoint, pardon? Okay. There we are. So the subject property is located on Upper Paradise Road, just south of Stone Church. The property is the remnants of the hatched parcel in front of you are remnants of the rear of the property, which was acquired by the applicant to assemble with lands fronting Wood Valley Court in a previous application. That has now been constructed as 4 single detached townhouse or single detached dwellings fronting Wood Valley Court. And this front portion would be accessed from Upper Paradise. The property has an approximate frontage of 53 meters and about a 0.3 hectare site area. In terms of community context, the property is positioned at the periphery of a very predominantly low-density residential neighborhood. To the south on the east side of Upper Paradise is St. Thomas More Secondary School, and then to the north of the property, highlighted in red, are various commercial plazas that offer a variety of daily and weekly needs. And then the lands highlighted in yellow are other townhouse or apartment dwelling forms within the area. The property is designated neighborhoods, and it is zoned in the former City of Hamilton bylaw as urban protected residential. As you can see in the zoning map, there are existing R1 lands along the Upper Paradise streetscape, as well as other lands still left in the former bylaw, which will eventually be brought into zoning bylaw 05200. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject property from the former bylaw in the urban protected residential district into the low density residential R1 zone under the 05200 bylaw to facilitate the proposed development of 12 townhouses within 2 blocks of townhouses. So each block would have 6 3-story towns, each provided with 2 parking spaces, 1 in the garage, 1 in the driveway, as well as some on-site visitor parking, including barrier-free parking, with 1 access from Upper Paradise. Here is a preliminary landscape plan which shows that the majority of the perimeter trees on both the north and south ends of the property will be retained through redevelopment, and then addition of new planting strips adjacent to the rear yards of the new detached dwellings to the west, and additional planting strip, and then additional plantings throughout the site, including private trees in the front yards. Here is the preliminary elevations of the townhouses, peaked roof, 3 stories, no basement. And then the side elevations fronting or addressing Upper Paradise would be enhanced with additional fenestration and glazing. In conclusion, we have read staff's report and support their recommendation of approval. I would also like to thank Mr. Skidmore and Mr. McNiack for getting us here today and their work on the file. And I would also like to acknowledge we have received the public comments. A couple of the comments were related to works during construction and being a bit more aware of neighbors. So that will be confirmed through the next stage of site plan approval through the construction management plan, where we will provide a communications plan and contact information for the on-site general contractors. And then in addition to that, there were concerns around traffic and sight lines. And through this process, we have submitted a transportation impact assessment, which confirmed Upper Paradise is able to handle the very slight increase of daily trips that will result from the proposed development, as well as review of the sightline assessment of access to the driveway, and that meets the transportation manual requirements. So transportation planning has supported the application from a safety standpoint. And that concludes my presentation, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Any questions from the committee? I'm just going to turn it over to Vice Chair M. Wilson. I have just a question. The properties to the west, lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 that come off of Wood Valley, are they developed right now? Or are they still, they are developed?
Through the chair, yes, they are developed.
Okay, thanks. So that was
Yeah.
a dated picture. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. That's the only question I have.
Great.
Not seeing any other. Caitlin, last question. Are you in support of staff report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from the agent? I guess we'll go with Councillor Kassar, Councillor Cooper. Hand vote, please. That passes. And thank you, Caitlin. Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Not seeing anyone in the room or online. May I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by committee and that the public meeting be closed? We'll go with Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Beatty. Thank you. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. It's up. Councillor Nan, can you vote? Okay. That carries 8-0. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations? So the mover will be Councillor Beatty, and we'll go to Councillor Kretsch. Any questions for staff on this? Not seeing anybody raise their hands or signal. Let's indicate your e-scribe vote now then. Thank you. Vote is up. Councillor McBeacon is a thumbs up. And that passes 8-0. Thank you. We're moving on to items for consideration. 9.1, PED 2605, application to deem lands being lots 1 and 2 of registered plan 62M1229, known as 50 Aero Park Boulevard, and Block 7 of registered plan 62M1229, known as part of 110 Aero Park Boulevard, Glanbrook, not to be part of a registered plan of subdivision for the purposes of subsection 53 of the Planning Act in Ward 11. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Beattie, Councillor Cooper, thank you. Is there any discussion on this report? I'm not seeing any. I've had my previous discussions with staff, so I'm satisfied. Let's indicate our e-scribe votes now. Thank you. And that carries 8-0. Moving on to 9.2, PEDs 26038, fee and process review for formal consultation and holding removal applications. This is citywide. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? And yes, I have an affirmative. So staff, I think it's Joseph Severino, come on down. And if you have anybody else. Okay, Joseph, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Sanseverino. I'm a business facilitator with the Planning Division. Today I'm here to discuss the recommended approval of PED 26038, fee and process review for formal consultation and holding removal applications. Just some background for the members of the committee and everybody in attendance. Business facilitation staff have been tasked with reviewing the user fees for holding removal applications and to review the fee structure for formal consultation applications in response to the changes ushered in by the province by way of Bill 185. This was a recommendation of a past staff report, PED 24-124. Staff were tasked with auditing and streamlining the holding removal application process to remove redundancies such as duplicate submissions and/or reviews of materials and look for efficiencies in an effort to streamline the process of lifting a holding provision from a development site to advance the approval of a development application. The objective of the process review, we'll start with the formal consultation. This was done to encourage continued use of the formal consultation application stream in lieu of Bill 185, which made it so municipalities can no longer make FCs mandatory. The Planning Division and our colleagues in the development industry have utilized the formal consultation process for many years as it is mutually a beneficial mechanism to ensure good development and identify development stalling issues and/or requirements ahead of a formal Planning Act application submissions. Formal consultations allow the Planning Division and development industry to collaborate on ensuring suitable development occurs. Business facilitation staff reviewed the FC process mapping with all sections involved and the formal consultation process, and were able to reduce the fees by looking for process efficiencies. Above are the proposed formal consultation fees as well as the fees from the years prior. You will notice that the 2022 fee was significantly less. There was only one FC stream and the submission requirements and review output was very minimal. When Bill 109 came into effect, the response to respond to the potential for financial penalties should the municipality miss a decision deadline, we revamped the FC process to introduce the FCSP stream and the FC stream with no DRT. The revamped process required more submission items from the applicant, but also extensive review comments from staff, to which further time is required to conduct a comprehensive submission review. The FC submission requirements have not changed, and staff will still be providing the same level of in-depth review and comments with the proposed reduced FC fees. And next, the objection of the holding removal process review. So the objection of this process review is to assess the application costs in relation to the scope of the required holding provisions ahead of the expiration of the reduced holding provision application fee currently in place. The purpose is to streamline the application submission and circulation process to reduce duplication and/or redundancy amongst processes, specifically when a holding provision or provisions is tied to a site plan control application, by receiving the submission items required to remove the holding provisions when a site plan control application is received. This is to expedite the time frame for which the delegated authority may authorize the removal of the holding provision or provisions from a site or development application. And above, these are the existing holding removal applications fees. And these are the proposed holding provision application fees. As you can see, the top cell is the proposed standard process, and the middle cell, review of H holding provision site plan, that's the proposed site plan process where the submission items will be provided by way of a site plan application for comment. Just want to note that Appendix B attached to the report shows an example of how these fees would be applied in the various situations. And next is the revenue projection. So in 2025, there were 59 formal consultation applications across all streams with a total revenue of roughly $639,000. The new formal consultation fees are projected to generate approximately $457,000 in change in revenue across all streams when applying the volume from 2025. In 2025, there were 15 holding removal applications. Just want to note that the report says 15, but the slideshow shows a typo. It's actually 15 holding removal applications across all application types, and the revenue was roughly slightly over $81,000. And the new holding removal fees are projected to generate a revenue of between $61,000 in change and roughly $218,000 in change, based on the same holding removal volume of the applications received in 2025. Just regarding consultation, so staff from various internal groups provided input on the proposed fee structures. A summary of the proposed changes to the holding removal process and formal consultation fee audit was presented to the former DILG group, now City Builders, on April 14th of 2025, basically a year today. And notice of the proposed fee change was posted in Hamilton Spectator on March 27th, 2026. And I'm now open to any questions.
Okay, thanks, Joseph. First up is Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for that presentation. I trust my questions will be in order. They're not very specific to the report, but they are general in terms of our application of fees. So if I could proceed on that basis, just assuring that I understand the starting point in that our planning fees cannot, under law, be a source of revenue generation. They have to be on the basis of cost recovery. Could you just confirm or deny that through the chair?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, thank you for your question. I can confirm that the fees are, in fact, cost recoverable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If it is permitted for me to reference the attached correspondence, I'm wondering
Sure.
if you've had an opportunity to read the correspondence and whether staff would offer some feedback for committee members through the chair.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, yes, I have read the feedback from the Builders Association, and at the moment, we are looking at launching how the launch of City Flow unravels and how it all gets implemented. And at such time, we will come back and potentially look at where there are rooms to reassess the process mapping for the applications in question to determine if the fees can be reduced slightly more on the basis that we are cost recoverable.
Thank you. So pardon my forgiveness. Do you have a timeline for that review and delivery through the chair?
Through the chair, City Flow launched last week. We're in the process of looking we're in the process of the launch. And I can defer to my colleagues in the bench there, but I would imagine probably later in the year.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, in terms of timing, it would be likely towards the end of the year. The one thing I just wanted to add, in addition to what Mr. Sanseverino indicated, that the correspondence from the West End Home Builders Association also references a credit. So previously, and I think it was noted in the presentation, that fees paid for a formal consultation application could be credited towards a future application. And that was, that approach was eliminated with Bill 109. And so what the industry is asking, and we're agreeable to reinvestigate the use of that credit. I think, as indicated, we need to make sure that we are operating at 100% cost recovery. So looking for the new planning, permitting, and bylaw system to look for efficiencies that may exist. Does it take a little less time now to do certain administrative tasks? And where there is duplication in process, because that would be likely where the credit would be most applicable, where at a formal consultation stage and at, let's say, a zoning bylaw amendment stage, there are steps that are duplicated, and could that credit be then counted towards a future application? So we're committed to looking into that as well.
Thank you. If I may, now that I have the ear of the chief planner, respectfully, I thought I heard or read that the Government of Ontario is moving forward with a framework which would see a daylighting and a consistency of fees across the province. Am I misremembering, or did I interpret that through the chair?
Through the chair, I don't recall anything specific with fees, but what I will say is that they released a number of ERO postings recently, and through some of their communication have referenced consistency across municipalities. So one of the things they're looking at is their own permitting system, looking at consistency in terms of application types, what could come from that, and there's conversations amongst other municipalities. Would that include fees as well? So I have not seen anything in particular yet from the province on changes or approaches to streamlining fees, but there are some other initiatives that they're consulting with municipalities and the broader public that would impact or could potentially impact the fees that are charged for an application.
Thank you. Thank you for that. One final question from me. It wouldn't be in our self-interest to impede, this progressive approach and finding new ways. But I'm wondering, do we have the capacity as a municipality to compare our fees to other municipalities to make sure that we are competitive and we're not burdening those who we want to develop through the chair?
Through the chair to the councillor. In the early stages of this process, we did look at approximately 7 or so municipalities within the area that were comparable in terms of population and size, et cetera. And we did make an effort to look at what those fees are in terms of what they're charging for formal consultation and holding removals.
And if I may, the outcome of that?
The outcome was generally, I mean, the exact figures, I have them saved somewhere. I can get them to you if you would like. But generally speaking, we are within range with what most municipalities our size are charging for formal consultations and for holding removal applications.
Sorry, final question. Is there a capacity for this municipality to provide an inventory or a category of our competitiveness on the basis of development fee?
Through the chair to the council.
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I was just thinking, we are looking at doing some pipeline reporting, and I'm wondering if that may be the appropriate time when we're looking at how we measure up against other municipalities in terms of processing timelines. So there may be an opportunity to look at that at the same time.
So through the chair, if I've understood the chief planner, our
One moment, please.
We're continuing to experience technical difficulties and I believe have lost the live stream, so we just need to recess for 5 minutes to allow us to get that connection back. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. So we'll recess and reconvene at, I guess, 1:34. Welcome back. Sorry for that technical delay. We're going to finish off with Councillor Wilson, who was just asking her last question. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. I got it.
Thank you. Further to my last question, again, thank you very much for this report. I thought what I heard is our processing work may have an effect on our ultimate fee. And there seems to be an opportunity perhaps to map those and provide a comparative analysis for council on the processing. And if that's the case, I would welcome that, and I'll subsequently work with staff in order to action that. Thank you.
Okay, so no response needed to that? I think, okay, thank you. We're going to go to our next councillor with questions, and it's Councillor Rob Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is exceptional. I think this is really the direction we need to go. When we start talking efficient and effective, and we start talking a bit about timing, can you see where our process, like you can be efficient and effective and still take the same run rate duration? Can you see where that's starting to come in line and starting to come down and making things quicker, if we use that word?
Through the chair, to the councillor, thank you for your question and kind words. With respect to expediting the process or making it quicker, one of the examples is the new holding process where the items are submitted through the site plan control stage. Yes. So if an item is submitted, say there's a holding provision that requires, say, a noise study or what have you, that item would be submitted with the site plan control application through the initial review. It would be circulated by staff, to which the reviewer would review the site plan contents concurrently with the holding removal contents and provide the comments to the planner, and the comments would either recommend, clearance, or perhaps they need to provide more information. That's the nature of the review. But if the comments with respect to the holding items recommend clearance, then the planner will forward that to the applicant, to which the applicant would then make their application for a holding removal to the development planning counter. And they would no longer require circulation. What would happen is intake staff would conduct their usual routines through receiving the zoning bylaw amendment application for hold removal. The clearance provided to the planner would be submitted with the applicant, and the planner would then begin drafting the review to get to the various review stages, to which it gets to the chief planner, who's a delegated authority, to which she would decide whether or not to lift the holding removal, not based on the contents of the submission.
And just a general sense, how much time would we be saving? Months, days, weeks?
Through the chair to the councillor, a circulation is typically 20 days for a standard application, and of course, with volume that could fluctuate depending on other competing priorities. So I would imagine you could conceivably shave off a month or so, given the fact that the circulation piece is such a big part of the zoning bylaw amendment process as it relates to holds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know General Manager Prasad also talked in his budget presentation about the idea of using technology. Is this an example where we've been able to use technology, or is that another phase coming along?
Through the chair to the councillor, my understanding with the new City Flow, or POSSE as it's also called, the holding removal piece won't be a part of the current phase. That'll come in the next phase. But, the circulation process for site plan, for that effect, would still flesh out the comments. Because it's in the City Flow system, they would still flesh out the comments expeditiously with the site plan comments, to which there would be no impact on the actual zoning bylaw amendment application going to the front counter, or to planning apps rather, or to the portal, where the planner would then receive the application, then begin the report. So yes, it would make things quicker through the use of technology, given that site plan is integrated into the new software that's come online.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would think the industry has been supportive of these changes.
Through the chair, that was the feedback that we received a year ago today through the DILG, or City Builders, and also generally the tone of the correspondence provided yesterday from the Builders Association.
Thank you. Thank you. So, you know, when you start to look at this, I mean, this is really a run rate, turns into dollars, time turns into costs. And where we find all those costs is really in house price of a house. And we hear, whether it be the West End home builders talking about how the price is such that it's hard for people to buy homes. We know that intuitively, just talking to people in our communities. And so this is also has an impact on homeowners and affordability in terms of where this really translates into. There's not a magic pot of money under a rainbow somewhere. This is in fact going right to the homeowner through the developers and the builders. So we are making homes more reasonable. And I will just say this, you know, what General Manager Prasad talked about in the budget session about how we're going to make things more efficient and effective. This sounds like step one of a journey that we're on this year. And so excited to hear more about this as it starts to impact us, and really looking for more presentations like this to come back and really let the community, whether it be builders or home buyers, know exactly how we're really impacting them and lowering costs here as well. So thank you for your efforts. Really appreciate it. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch.
Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that you're looking for these kinds of efficiencies and trying to reduce the way they're doing, and also structuring things to make a little more sense. So you're saying, look, if it's just a basic H holding provision base fee, that makes sense here. Here are all the different kinds of things. So from a transparency perspective for us as councillors, it's really helpful because, you know, we're not sitting around looking at schedules of fees, either of the public, but through reports like this, we get a sense or more of a glimpse into what's actually happening. I do agree that there is no magical sort of rainbow pot at the end of the rainbow of money here. And one thing I've asked consistently for every single time we have a discussion about this kind of fee process is developers will come to the table with ironclad agreements that say that they will not, that the monies that we're saving won't be passed on to home buyers. Then they'll get a heck of a lot more buy-in than just saying, we'll do it. No, put it in writing, tell us exactly how much is going to happen. But right now it's just like, well, it could be passed on to home buyers. It could be absorbed into the profit model. No one knows. I think one of the big missing pieces for everybody in these discussions, I think for yourself as a planner and for everybody else in these discussions, it makes it really tricky, is that there's no transparency with respect to the financing of a development. Right? We're often subsidizing developments, giving incentive grants, you name it. Millions and millions of dollars every year are being given, and there's absolutely no financial accountability. Later this week, there's a thing coming up for AFNA where we're talking about grants under $5,000 and making sure we finally have a policy to make sure that receipts are given before monies are given out at a level of $5,000. So, you know, that's, I think, something I struggle with. Is there anything in terms of regulations you know of that are coming down for us to understand how that can happen? I mean, it's more of a question, I think, for the chief planner, to be fair. Is there a way to have that kind of accountability when it comes to fees of any kind that we charge to developers, and reductions in fees, waiving of fees, all these kinds of things in terms of asking for actual financial accountability from them?
Through the chair to the councillor, I will say there's been a lot of conversations about that, but there is nothing coming down in terms of legislation or anything else that I'm aware of that would require a developer to clearly outline their fees and what they charge and what's charged to the homeowner and their profit as well.
And so that legislation would be provincial, I imagine, was your implication?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I think it's something that unfortunately we don't have a mandate here to do. That is, again, what I talked about earlier in respect of property rights, but it's a huge missing gap for the public, for ourselves, for everybody. There's absolutely zero accountability for the financial model, but millions of public dollars being spent anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Not seeing any more questions, Joseph, so you can take a seat. Thank you very much. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Cooper and Councillor M. Wilson. Please indicate your hand vote now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Passes. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report and receive the written correspondence? Councillor Cassar, Councillor Cooper. Are there any discussions at this time? Any further discussions about this? Okay. Seeing that comments have already been made, let's go to the e-scribe vote now. Okay, that passes 8-0. Thank you. Moving on to HMHC 26003 Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee minutes dated March 27th, 2026. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Kretsch, and we'll go to Councillor McMeekin for the seconding of that. Any discussions from staff on, or from council on this, or committee, sorry. There, we're getting it. Not seeing anything? Okay, so no discussion. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. Struggling. Get me a drink of water. And that again passes 8-0. Thank you. Okay, we're on to motions. We have motion 10.1, reducing demolition by neglect. Councillor Kretsch, please introduce your motion. I believe the seconder is Councillor Nan.
Your belief is correct. The seconder is Councillor Nan. Thank you. And I won't belabor the point here, but just want to thank staff for helping with this. This is a notice of motion turned into a motion, so it's been on the agenda for some time now. I think the thing I want to focus on here is that when we had some serious situations with buildings collapsing, what happened was the mayor brought forward a motion and then a report came back to that. There's still a further report coming back to that about the Gore Park building specifically. Meanwhile, myself, Director Coit, had been working on this motion for a while, and frankly, that motion from the mayor, frankly, just interrupted our ability to get this done. So now that that's all come and been done, this is finally here and able to be acted on, which is really just exercising our legal authority as a municipality under existing provincial rules, giving more permissions to the building department, or rather making sure they have council direction. Same thing to the municipal law enforcement and bylaw services folks, right? To be more toothsome about this, frankly. When we know there's an issue with a building and there's a health and safety impact, we already have the right as a municipality to enter if there's going to be a danger to public safety. We've had a culture at the city for a very long time of compliance, and a compliance culture looks like, can somebody do something? How quickly can they do it? What's reasonable for it to be done? And we work with the property owner, sometimes to the detriment of the public. So this is really trying to tighten that space up and fill in the gaps that exist. There's already a bunch of work being done as a result of the mayor's motion, was seconded by Councillor Nan as well, to try and deal with this. But this is hoping to attack, I think, another kind of problem, which is when there's a heritage building that we don't own, when there's a vacant building we don't own, but we know there's a significant issue with it, what do we do next? What are the steps? How do we attack that? How do we deal with it? I will say I'm really grateful that already we're doing some things, and an example for those in Ward 2 who would know this building, the Cannon Knitting Mills, we had a lot of issues there. We were worried it was a severe fire hazard. We were worried that it had issues of crumbling and falling. We knew that the internal structure was not in good shape, and we didn't have compliance from the owner around dealing with those issues. So city staff went in, they assessed it, we fenced the area off, and now we're going through further discussions about what to do with this building. And that building falls into kind of two categories. Some parts of it are very heritage, some parts of it are vacant. All parts of it are vacant, to be fair, but we have a complicated situation going on there, but we're taking action to make sure that the neighborhood is safe and that we're not letting this building just fall down on its own. So already we're starting to take those steps. So that's what this motion's all about. You can read the whereases and therefore be it resolved, but it's asking staff to come back with more information about how to improve our bylaws, and that they consult with the Municipal Heritage Committee on the review and update of the Built Heritage Emergency Protocol by Q4 of 2026 and come back with a policy and improvements in Q1 2027. So that's what we're asking to do here, and it's going to be done in consultation with the Heritage Committee because I think they're going to have some important input. I will say also, didn't speak about this under the last item, but I will now. I brought this to the Heritage Committee and asked everyone there for their feedback and information and advice. Also, other local heritage folks reached out to me with their thoughts on whatever I got back I put here to make sure it's incorporated. But by and large, the goal here is tightening this up and doing, I think, what the public expects. And if it involves us maybe having to hire a professional engineer or contract out certain types of heritage or other kinds of professional engineers to be able to provide us advice more quickly, there may be cost impacts for council to consider, right? The goal here is we have to resource our staff effectively to be able to deal with this work. We can't just keep going, hey, that looks bad. And then when someone says, well, what are you going to do about it? We say, well, we need to get an engineer in there. And then when it comes to budget time, we're like, oh, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't hire more people at the city to do these things. Look, it's either a priority or it's not. We don't have a system in place right now to have a robust response. This is going to get us there. So hoping for your support. Thank you.
Okay, just looking for any comments around the chambers here. Not seeing any. So, sorry, Councillor Nan, I forgot to look up at the screen. You're on.
That's okay. You were scanning the room. I appreciate it. Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Crutch for staying steadfast on the issue. Very aware of the work he's been doing to make sure that heritage-specific buildings that have been left vacant aren't becoming derelict as a result of neglect. And you know, for the earlier conversation today, the pride in many neighborhoods is around our older buildings. There's a attachment to the historical and architectural significance. It means a lot to our neighbors when those buildings that have been deemed of heritage significance are protected, cared for, and most importantly, adaptively repurposed to take on another life and continue serving our communities. It has been painful for many members in our communities and neighborhoods to see these buildings crumble into a state of disrepair, and really looking forward to the outcomes of the therefore be it resolved on this motion to see that staff are resourced in the way that they need to make sure that we're doing what we can as a municipality on our part. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone? Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. Okay, that carries 8-0. Thank you very much. We're moving on to notices of motion. And I believe Councillor M. Wilson, would you please introduce your notice of motion?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what obligations, if any, exist for infill development to assume the cost of their works to the public realm. For example, when they shred public sidewalks with their equipment, and the city has to come along much later and fix the sidewalks, but in the meantime, they do present a risk and a hazard to residents. So that's all this is seeking clarity on. Thank you.
Thank you for that. What am I missing? Thank you very much. Thank you. Private and confidential, 12.1 closed session minutes. May I please have a mover and seconder to adopt the March 24th, 2026 closed session minutes as presented, and that they remain confidential. Councillor Beattie, Councillor Crutch, thank you. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. Crutch, Councillor Crutch. Okay, that vote passes 9-0. And there being no further business, we are adjourned at 1:52 a.m. or p.m. Sorry, p.m. No vote is required, so you're on your own. Thank you.